Every mirror hides more than your reflection. But what if one started remembering your lies instead of your face? Welcome to Dark Pulse, the home of psychological thrillers, crime mystery stories, and dark secrets that whisper after midnight. You're watching The Mirror That Told Lies, a true crime-inspired suspense story for sleep with a twist ending you'll never forget. Tell us when and from where you're watching, your city, your time, your night, because in this story, every reflection watches back. The Mirror That Told Lie, the House of Reflections, a crime mystery that begins in silence. Snow drifted down over the small Colorado town of Ravenhill, blanketing everything in the same white silence that had ruled the place for years. In that silence stood an old Victorian house whose tall windows reflected the dull orange of streetlights. Inside, Dr. Alina Moore sat at her desk, her voice low and steady as she spoke into a small recorder. "Patient 0 me," she whispered. "The symptoms are consistent. Insomnia, auditory distortions, persistent fear of reflection." She stopped recording and looked up at the mirror that faced her across the study. The frame was carved mahogany, its glass faintly rippling with age. Her late husband had found it in an antique store on their last trip together, the week before he died in what the police had called an accident. Since that day, she hadn't been able to look away from it for long. The mirror never told her the truth. At least, that's what she believed. Sometimes her reflection smiled when her lips didn't move. Sometimes a shadow crossed behind her, even though the room was still. It was the kind of detail that belonged to a psychological thriller more than real life. But Ravenhill had always felt like a place where reality was a rumor. Tonight the house was colder than usual. The wind pressed against the glass panes, whispering like a warning. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell struck 9. She rose, wrapped her shawl tight, and walked toward the mirror. Her footsteps echoed softly on the wooden floorboards. "You don't scare me," she said. "You only lie." Her breath fogged the surface for a moment. Behind that fog, she saw a figure, tall in a dark coat, standing a few feet behind her. She turned fast. Nothing. The study was empty except for her ticking clock and the hum of the radiator. The reflection, however, stayed. The man lingered inside the glass like a photograph that refused to fade. A tremor of panic ran through her hands. She hit the recorder again. Entry 2. Visual hallucination. Male figure. Approximate height 6 feet. Non-aggressive. Possibly memory residue. Outside, snow thickened. A dog barked somewhere down the street, then silence again. And through that silence came a sound that didn't belong. A scream, sharp and sudden, tearing through the wind. 1. Then a crash of shattering glass. Then nothing. Alina froze. The sound seemed to come from across the road, maybe from Bennett Mansion, the grand stone house that belonged to the town's respected lawyer, Arthur Bennett. Her pulse quickened. She grabbed her phone but stopped halfway. What if she had imagined it? She'd imagined voices before. The mirror liked to feed her imagination. Still, she called the police. Within minutes, red and blue lights painted the snow outside. Officers moved through Bennett Mansion, their torches cutting through the darkness. Alina watched from her window, heart pounding. When she glanced back at the mirror, she saw herself watching herself. Except the reflection's eyes were slightly to the left, focused on something behind her shoulder. She spun again. Still nothing. The mirror, she thought, was playing tricks, but tricks didn't bleed. She noticed a faint dark smear on the lower edge of the frame, like a fingerprint. She wiped it with her sleeve, but it didn't come off. It was beneath the glass. At midnight, Detective Nathan Cross knocked at her door. Tall, calm, voice deep enough to fill silence without breaking it. He introduced himself. snow melting from his coat. Nathan. Dr. Moore? I'm sorry for the late visit. You reported a scream. Elena. Yes, I thought I heard. I'm not sure anymore. Nathan. There's been an incident next door. Mr. Bennett's dead. Elena. Dead? Nathan. Stab wound. No forced entry. We found him beneath a shattered mirror. Her throat closed. The word mirror hung between them like static. Elena. I didn't see anyone. I just heard the scream. Nathan. You live alone? Elena. Yes. Nathan. Mind if I look around? She hesitated but stepped aside. Nathan's boots left wet prints on the carpet as he surveyed the study. His eyes paused on the antique mirror. Nathan. Beautiful piece. Antique? Elena. My husband's. Nathan. He the reason you're still in Ravenhill? Elena. He's the reason I stopped leaving. Nathan nodded, jotting notes. His reflection in the mirror didn't move in sync. For a second, the glass lagged behind, replaying his motion with a delay. He blinked, uneasy. Nathan. Seems the whole town's full of reflections tonight. When he left, Elena locked the door and turned off the lights, but the house didn't darken. The mirror held a faint glow, pale and steady like moonlight trapped inside. She approached again, whispering, Who are you? Why him? The glass clouded and faint letters began to form across its surface, like condensation spelling a secret. She wiped at it with her palm, but the letters kept returning until she could read them clearly. He lied about the child. Her knees weakened. The words faded the moment she blinked, leaving only her pale reflection staring back. Somewhere deep inside her mind, a door creaked open. An old memory stirring. A courtroom, a crying child, a gavel striking wood. She stumbled to her recorder. Entry 3, she whispered, breath shaking. Possible auditory visual cross-hallucination. Mirror communication, message. He lied about the child. Subject of reference, Arthur Bennett. The wind outside howled like it had heard her confession. Somewhere a siren wailed, then cut off mid-note. The house sighed. The mirror went still. She sat before it until dawn, eyes burning, afraid to blink, because each time she did, she thought she saw the man in the dark coat stepping closer. By morning, Ravenhill felt smaller. The kind of town where every whisper turned into evidence. Snow still fell fine as ash, coating rooftops and erasing footprints before they could mean anything. Dr. Elena Moore hadn't slept. She sat in her kitchen, coffee gone cold, recorder beside her like a nervous companion. She replayed last night's log, her own voice shaky and uneven. When she reached the part where she read the mirror's message, she paused, rewound, and listened again. The background static carried something faint, a second voice overlapping her words. Male, whispering one sentence. You already know why. She slammed stop. The mug shattered on the floor. She stood motionless, heartbeat hammering through the walls. The psychological thriller she used to treat in her patients was now living inside her own home. Outside, police tape fluttered around Bennett Mansion. Curious neighbors gathered in scarves and suspicion. Detective Nathan Cross stood on the porch, writing in his notebook, every few seconds glancing toward Elena's window. Later that day, he knocked again. His voice was softer this time. Nathan. Dr. Moore, can I ask you a few more questions? Elena. Do I have a choice? Nathan. Not really, but I'd rather ask nicely. She let him in. The study smelled faintly of burnt coffee and sleeplessness. Nathan moved straight to the mirror. Nathan. Mind if I take a picture? Elena. If you think it'll tell you who killed Arthur? Nathan. Mirrors always tell something, we just have to ask the right way. He clicked a photo. The flash painted the room white for a second. When he looked at the screen, the reflection behind Elena showed a faint silhouette. Tall, indistinct, almost like smoke frozen in glass. He frowned, zoomed in, but it vanished. Elena, did you see him too? Nathan. See who? Elena. The man in the dark coat. Nathan. You mentioned him last night. Any idea who he is? Elena. He doesn't exist, but he keeps coming back. Nathan closed his notebook slowly. Nathan. Dr. Moore, are you sure you're all right? Elena. Do I look all right, detective? I watched my neighbor die without leaving my chair. Silence stretched, filled only by the ticking of the wall clock. 12 soft beats that sounded like a countdown. Nathan shifted the subject. Nathan. Arthur Bennett was a respected lawyer, but I found something odd. 15 years ago, he handled a missing child case, files sealed. Do you remember it? Elena. I wasn't here then. Nathan. You sure? Because one witness mentioned a woman who matched your description. Hair, eyes, everything, only younger. Elena forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Elena. Maybe your witness saw my reflection. Nathan left soon after, but his questions stayed behind like ghosts. When dusk crawled across Ravenhill, Elena found herself back in front of the mirror. The glass shimmered faintly in the lamplight, calm and endless. Elena, he said you never lied, but you do. You lied about me. No answer, just her face looking back, and except for the eyes, they weren't hers anymore. They blinked slower, almost deliberately, like they were thinking. The wind outside picked up again. Somewhere in town, a siren wailed and faded. The whole place felt trapped between heartbeat and echo. She began writing on a notepad, sketching connections the way a therapist would for someone else. Arthur Bennett, dead. Mirror, message about child, voice and male, unknown. Possible hallucination? Her pen slipped, leaving a smear of ink shaped like a small handprint. She stared at it for too long. A knock rattled the door. This time it wasn't Nathan. It was Martha, the elderly neighbor who lived 2 houses away. Martha. You all right, dear? They say you saw something. Elena. Just heard a scream. Martha. Strange. Mr. Bennett's clock stopped exactly when he died, 9:32. Same minute your lights flickered. Elena. Why would you notice my lights? Martha. Because they flickered again last night, and I saw someone standing at your window. Elena felt her stomach tighten. Elena. What kind of someone? Martha. A man. Tall, black coat. Before she could answer, Martha touched her arm gently. Martha. Mirrors are tricky things, sweetheart. They keep what we don't want to face. When the old woman left, Elena locked every door and curtain. The mirror gleamed faintly, catching the last of the streetlight. For a moment she considered covering it again, but fear of the unknown was worse than fear of the seen. She pulled her recorder close. Entry 4, she whispered. Possible witness confirmation of visual anomaly, either shared hallucination or external intruder. Psychological condition deteriorating. Her voice broke. She stopped the recording and let the silence breathe. Then, without reason, the mirror began to hum. A faint vibration like the soft tuning of distant metal. The glass fogged from the inside. Letters formed once more, slower this time, deliberate. You were there. She staggered back, eyes wide. Elena, no, I wasn't. I wasn't there. The letters blurred and reshaped into another line. Then why do you remember? Her knees gave out. She crawled to the wall, shaking, whispering to herself. Elena, it's just stress. Just trauma resurfacing, nothing more. But deep inside, another voice whispered, one that sounded almost like the man in the dark coat. You can lie to yourself, Elena, but not to the mirror. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. Her own reflection stared back. eyes red, lips trembling but alive. Somewhere behind her, the grandfather clock struck 10, its echo mixing with her uneven breathing. Outside, Detective Nathan Cross stood beneath a street lamp, watching the faint silhouette in her window. He could have sworn there were two figures standing side by side. Ravenhill slept uneasily that night. A thin fog rolled across the streets, muting the sound of snowplows and sirens. Inside the old house, Dr. Alina Moore sat awake beneath a single lamp, her hands wrapped around a cup she'd forgotten to drink. Every time she closed her eyes, the crime mystery story replayed. The scream, the shatter, the mirror. The phone rang once and stopped. Caller ID blank. She stared at it until the screen dimmed, then whispered to no one. Alina. Who keeps calling me at this hour? The mirror answered with silence. She tried to convince herself it was all stress, the mind's defense after trauma. But somewhere between reasoning and fear, she heard a faint tap. Tap, tap, as if fingers drummed from inside the glass. She forced herself to speak aloud to sound sane. Alina. Mirrors don't talk, people do. People kill. The words surprised her. They didn't feel rehearsed. She took her recorder. Entry 5. Possible auditory illusion. Patient aware of detachment between self and environment. Recommending rest. A creak from the hallway interrupted the entry. Her nerves froze. The sound came again. Slow, deliberate footsteps. She grabbed the fireplace poker, moving toward the door. Alina. Who's there? Nothing. Only the steady ticking of the clock. Then a whisper. Soft, male, close enough that her breath caught. Voice. You forgot me. The poker clanged against the floor. She turned in a circle. Empty air, empty room. The whisper had come from everywhere and nowhere. Her gaze drifted back to the mirror. Fogged again, pulsing faintly with light like something breathing behind it. She wiped the surface. Beneath her reflection was another face, a man's. The same dark-coated figure, his eyes hollow, expression calm. He mouthed words she couldn't hear. Her heartbeat drowned everything else. Alina, what do you want from me? The figure lifted one finger and traced a circle against the inside of the glass. Then, as if erasing himself, he vanished. On the outside of the mirror, a single word remained in condensation. Remember. The shock pushed tears from her eyes. She stumbled backward, whispering that she hadn't done anything, that she hadn't been there. But fragments of memory cut through. A child's cry, courtroom lights, Arthur Bennett's stern face declaring someone guilty. Before she could gather herself, the doorbell rang. Midnight again. She opened the door to find Detective Nathan Cross, snow in his hair, breath steaming. Nathan, sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Alina, you're getting good at that. Nathan, I thought you should know. The coroner found traces of silver nitrate on Bennett's wounds. It's used in mirror coating. Any idea why? Alina, are you asking me as a suspect or as a psychologist? Nathan, whichever makes you tell the truth. Her laugh was brittle. Alina, I've spent years teaching people to face their reflection. Maybe that's why mine stopped obeying. Nathan studied her, noticing the tremor in her hands, the sleepless haze behind her eyes. Nathan, if you need protection, Alina, I need answers. He looked past her shoulder at the glowing mirror. Nathan, then maybe stop asking it and start asking yourself. He left, boots crunching over snow. She closed the door, heart hammering against her ribs. When she turned back, her own reflection wasn't alone anymore. Behind her stood the man again, closer this time, almost over her shoulder. She screamed. The lights flickered and died. Only the faint luminescence from the mirror lit the room, painting everything silver. Voice from mirror. You were there. Elena. No! Voice. You saw him fall. Elena. Stop! Her scream echoed through the house, spilling into the street. Somewhere distant, a police radio crackled awake. The murder investigation that had begun across the road was about to circle back to her doorstep. When the lights returned, she was kneeling on the floor, palms bleeding from broken glass. The mirror stood whole, unbroken, but her reflection showed crimson smears where none existed on the real frame. She whispered into the recorder through sobs. Entry 6. Severe dissociation, possible memory contamination. Mirror displays inconsistent reality. If anyone hears this, tell them the glass isn't lying. It's remembering. Her voice cracked on the last word. She shut the recorder, pressed her forehead to the cool wood of the floor, and wept until exhaustion pulled her under. When dawn finally seeped through the curtains, Ravenhill awoke to another headline. Second victim in Bennett murder investigation found dead. Officer Cole Dawson missing. Elena blinked at the paper, heart hollow. Snow fell again outside, covering footprints before anyone could trace them. Inside, the mirror gleamed softly, innocent, silent, waiting. And in its depth, for the briefest heartbeat, her reflection smiled. Murder in the snow. The next morning, the world outside Dr. Elena Moore's window looked almost pure. Fresh snow, clear sky. Peace that didn't belong to Ravenhill anymore. Beneath that thin perfection, something ugly had started to rot. The second body had turned a quiet case into a full-scale murder investigation. Detective Nathan Cross stood beside the frozen lake where Officer Cole Dawson had been found. His notebook filled with quick, angry lines. No footprints, no weapon. Just the impression of knees in the snow, as though someone had begged before the shot. A deputy spoke from behind him. Deputy, you think it's the same killer? Nathan, I think Ravenhill's running out of innocent people. He looked at the body bag being lifted into the van. Cole had been one of his own, guilt and suspicion folded together in Nathan's chest. He remembered the file, Case 402A, missing child, the one Arthur Bennett had tried to bury. Cole's name was on it too. 2 men dead, one case connecting them. Snow kept falling, erasing every trace before forensics could photograph it. Nathan glanced toward the ridge where Elena's house stood, its dark roof slicing the white horizon. He didn't believe in coincidence, but he believed in patterns, and every path kept circling back to her. Later, at the precinct, Chief Reeves leaned across his desk. Reeves, Cross, you're too close. 2 murders in 2 nights, and your only witness is a woman who talks to a mirror. Nathan, she's not crazy, she's broken. Reeves, broken people kill too. Nathan said nothing. He stared at the board pinned with photos. Arthur Bennett smiling from a law firm brochure. Cole Dawson at a retirement party, both faces now tagged with red lines. In the corner, he'd taped a photo of the antique mirror from Elena's house. The flash reflection still showed that faint silhouette behind her. He zoomed in on his phone, adjusting brightness. The shadow's outline sharpened just enough to reveal part of a face. A man's jaw, eyes downcast, coat collar high. It matched the vague description Elena had given of her hallucination. Nathan's pulse kicked. Either the camera had caught a reflection she couldn't fake, or the killer had been standing right behind her while he was in the room. That evening, he drove back to her house. The sun was already dying behind the trees, leaving the sky bruised purple. He knocked once, and her voice drifted weakly from inside. Elena. Doors open. She looked smaller than before, wrapped in a blanket on the couch. The room smelled of disinfectant. Blood had been cleaned recently. Nathan's eyes found the tiny cuts on her palms. Nathan, you hurt yourself? Elena, The mirror did. It broke in my dream. When I woke up, I was bleeding. Nathan, that's not possible. Elena, neither is hearing dead men whisper. He set his recorder on the table. Nathan, I need you to tell me everything you remember from last night. Elena, I remember silence, and then laughter, a man's voice. He said, 2 down. Nathan, did you see him? Elena, in the glass. He was standing where you are now. Nathan turned, half expecting a reflection to move, but the mirror only held them both, pale and nervous. He took a careful step closer, studying the surface. Scratches marred the frame, thin, deliberate, like someone had carved letters with a knife. He leaned in and read, CASE 402A. He looked back at her. Nathan, did you write this? Elena, no. Nathan, then who did? Elena, maybe whoever keeps remembering for me. She started trembling. Nathan knelt beside her. Nathan, Elena, the mirror isn't remembering, you are. Whatever happened in that case, you were part of it. Elena, no, I was never a child here. Nathan, you sure about that? Her eyes darted to the mirror again. For a split second, her reflection didn't match. Its mouth moved a heartbeat late, whispering something soundless. Nathan caught the delay and stepped back, unease crawling through him. This wasn't just trauma, it was memory bleeding through the cracks. He shut off the recorder. Nathan, get some rest. Lock your doors, I'll post a car outside. Elena, will that stop what's already inside? He didn't answer. Outside, the snow squeaked under his boots. He paused by the patrol car, glancing at her window. The curtain shifted as if someone else was watching him leave. Only one lamp burned behind the glass, reflecting 2 figures. One standing, one sitting. Nathan climbed into the car, rubbing frost from the windshield. The radio crackled with static. Then a voice he didn't recognize whispered through the frequency, "You can't protect her from herself." He froze. Nathan, who is this? No reply, just the hum of cold air. He shut the radio off, heartbeat loud in the silence. Back inside the house, Elena stared at the mirror again. The scratches were gone, the surface smooth as ice. She reached out a trembling hand and touched it. The glass was warm. In her reflection, the man in the dark coat stood behind her again. But this time he was smiling. Voice, "We're almost done." Elena, Elena, done with what? Voice, with pretending. The reflection leaned forward until his face almost touched hers from the other side of the glass. Then the lights blinked out and her scream joined the wind outside. Morning crept into Ravenhill like a secret it didn't want to tell. Thin sunlight slid across the snow and into Elena Moore's living room, catching dust in the air like glitter over ruin. She hadn't moved from the couch all night. Her throat felt dry from screaming, though she didn't remember when she'd stopped. When the door knocked again, she expected Nathan Cross. Instead, it was Chief Reeves. His face looked carved from the same stone as the frozen lake. Reeves, Dr. Moore, we're asking all residents near the Bennett property for fingerprints. Standard procedure. Elena, you think I killed them? Reeves, I think evidence doesn't care who it points to. She let him take the prints. His gloves squeaked against the ink pad. She stared at the mirror behind him. The reflection showed Reeves bending over the table, but there was something else behind his reflection, a blurred outline crouching low, hand raised like holding a gun. Elena. Chief, a crash of static interrupted her. Reeves' radio hissed alive. Unit 4, new witness found. Says Officer Dawson met someone from the Bennett case yesterday. Name, Harper Moore. Reeves turned to her sharply. Reeves, that name mean anything to you? Elena, no. Reeves, funny. Same last name. He left with a nod that didn't feel polite. When the door closed, Alina whispered the name again, Harper Moore, and the mirror rippled faintly, as if agreeing. Across town, Nathan Cross sat in a diner booth, coffee going cold while he scanned police records. Harper Moore, a psychologist, husband to Alina, reported dead 2 years earlier. Official cause, car accident. But autopsy details were sealed. He frowned, tapped the screen. There was an attached note from the coroner. Case linked to 402A. Do not reopen without clearance. He whispered to himself, Nathan, everything leads back to that case. A waitress refilled his cup. He looked up, startled. Her badge read, Ann Dawson. Nathan. You related to Officer Cole Dawson? Ann. His sister. Nathan. I'm sorry for your loss. Ann. He called me before he died, said he was finally going to make things right. Nathan. Did he mention who he was meeting? Ann. He just said, the mirror doesn't forgive. Then the line went dead. Nathan felt the hairs on his neck rise. He slid a card across the table. Nathan. If you remember anything, call me. Anything at all. Back in his car, he dialed the precinct. Nathan. Reeves, check if Harper Moore's body was ever formally identified. Reeves, radio. You're chasing ghosts, Cross. Nathan. Maybe, but they're the only ones talking. At home, Alina drifted through rooms like a shadow, searching for herself. The mirror watched her from the study wall, catching glimpses each time she passed. A shoulder here, her eyes there, never the whole of her at once. She picked up an old photo album. Inside, a single picture had been sliced in half. Her younger self stood with a man's arm around her shoulders, but the man's face was gone. The paper torn clean away. She whispered, Alina. Harper. The mirror flickered, then bloomed with images, flashes of memory, snow, headlights, the scream of metal twisting. Her voice in the air, well, stop the car! Then silence. When the vision cleared, she was staring at her own reflection again, trembling. She pressed her forehead to the glass. Alina, what did you do to him? Voice, soft, familiar. What we did. She fell backward, hitting the floor hard enough to knock the breath from her chest. Her mind reeled between belief and denial. This wasn't a haunting. It was a confession. Nathan arrived just after sunset. Her front door was ajar. Snow had blown inside. He entered cautiously, hand near his gun. The mirror glowed faintly in the dark room, the kind of dim light that shouldn't exist. On the wall beside it, someone had written in charcoal, Ask the child, Nathan. Dr. Moore, her voice floated from the kitchen, hoarse but calm. Alina, I remember now, the missing child. Nathan, tell me. Alina, she wasn't taken, she was hidden by him, by Harper. Nathan, why would your husband hide a child? Alina, because the child was me. He froze. Nathan, you're saying you were case 402A? Alina, I was the reason they lied. The judge, the officer, my husband. They all built a story to cover what really happened. Nathan, what really happened, Alina? Alina, a man died for my silence. Her eyes looked distant, as if watching the past replay behind them. The reflection in the mirror matched perfectly until she said the next line. Then it smiled while she didn't. Alina, the mirror knows everything, detective. Even the things I'd die to forget. Outside, snow thickened again, swallowing the last light. Inside, two truths now existed, one standing in the room, one trapped behind the glass, each waiting for the other to break. Nathan switched off his recorder and said quietly, Nathan, then let's start from the beginning. The fire in Alina's hearth had long burned down to ash, but the room felt fever warm. The mirror glowed faintly, breathing with its own rhythm. Nathan Cross stood at a cautious distance, his notebook forgotten in one hand. Nathan, you're saying Harper Moore faked your death, covered a child murder case, and both Bennett and Dawson helped him? Elena, not helped, hid it. They built a story so convincing that even I started believing it. She looked toward the mirror, voice trembling. Elena, they told me the crash killed him. They told me I was lucky to survive, but sometimes at night I hear him, inside the glass, asking why I lied. Nathan glanced at the glowing surface. His own reflection looked older, wearier, as though time moved faster on that side. Nathan, Elena, you need rest. Elena, no, I need the truth. She walked closer to the mirror and pressed her palm against it. The glass pulsed once beneath her touch, a faint heartbeat. When she lifted her hand, a smear of frost remained shaped like her print. From within, another hand slowly matched it. Nathan, step back, Elena. You can't arrest a reflection. A flash burst across the surface, images spinning through her mind. A courtroom, the missing child sitting in silence. Arthur Bennett whispering to the jury. Cole Dawson shaking hands with Harper outside the courthouse, all of them smiling as if sealing a pact. The light faded. Elena fell to her knees. Elena, they said the man who died deserved it, but he was innocent. He was my father. Nathan crouched beside her. Nathan, your biological father? Elena, yes, they told everyone he kidnapped me. Harper and the others made him the villain so no one would ask questions. The room tightened around them. The air felt thin. Nathan could almost hear a heartbeat behind the walls. He whispered, Nathan, and now someone's killing the men who built that lie. Elena, someone or something making the story honest again. She looked up at him, eyes bright with tears and fear. Elena, do you believe me? Nathan, I don't know what I believe anymore. Outside, a patrol car idled, headlights cutting through the storm. The officer inside glanced toward the house, radio static filling the air. For a moment he thought he saw movement in the upstairs window, a second Elena staring down, pale as glass. Nathan gathered his papers on the table. Photographs of Bennett's crime scene, the map of the lake where Dawson died, copies of the old 402A files. A single thread ran through them all, Harper Moore's name scrawled in Bennett's handwriting beside a dollar amount. Nathan. Bennett took money from Harper. Cole sealed the evidence. Harper disappeared. Someone wanted the past erased. Elena. But mirrors don't forget. She stood again, facing her reflection. Elena, you've been showing me fragments. Show me the rest. For a heartbeat, the mirror darkened completely. Then shapes appeared, 3 men standing over a crib, a small girl crying, a document being signed. Nathan watched, frozen. He saw Bennett and Dawson. The third man was Harper Moore. He looked terrified. The little girl screamed as the image flared white. When it cleared, the mirror was blank again. Nathan, what was that? Elena? Proof of everything I wasn't supposed to remember. Nathan rubbed his temples. Nathan, even if this is real, we can't show a court of vision in glass. We need evidence. Elena, there is evidence in Harper's old office downtown. He kept recordings of his sessions. Nathan, sessions? Elena, with me. Her voice cracked. Elena, he was trying to erase my memories. They drove through the storm in silence. Ravenhill's main street was deserted, shops shuttered, streetlights blurring in the snow. The building that once housed Harper's practice stood dark, its windows frosted opaque. Nathan forced the lock. The air inside smelled of dust and chemicals. Elena found the recorder immediately, an old reel machine half covered by a cloth. She pressed play. Static, then Harper's voice. Harper, recording. She's remembering too much. If she recalls the lake, everything falls apart. Bennett promised me we'd be safe. Elena's hand shook. She turned to Nathan. Elena, the lake, that's where my father died. Nathan, the same lake where Cole's body was found. Another voice entered the recording, Bennett's. Bennett, recording. If she ever remembers, we'll blame the illness. No one believes a broken mind. The tape stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than any storm. Elena. They killed him to protect their secret, and now they're dead because of it. Nathan. You think the mirror is delivering justice? Elena. No. I think my mind is. They left the office without speaking. The snow had thickened to a curtain. Nathan started the car, headlights carving two narrow tunnels of visibility. Elena stared through the windshield, whispering to herself. Elena, when it's done, will it stop? Nathan, when what's done? Elena, when everyone who lied is gone. Nathan's hands tightened on the wheel. He didn't notice the faint glow in the rearview mirror, the outline of a man in a dark coat sitting silently in the back seat. The storm had eased, but Ravenhill still looked as though it were holding its breath. Snow lay like a confession, white on top, dirty beneath. In the middle of it all, Detective Nathan Cross sat in his car outside a quiet cafe, engine running only for the heater. He'd been staring at the same article for an hour. 15 years later, who was the real child of Case 402A? The byline read, Clive Renard, freelance journalist, address unknown. When Nathan finally looked up, a man was already standing outside the window watching him. Mid-50s, trench coat frayed, eyes sharp behind cheap glasses. Clive Renard himself. Nathan stepped out. Cold air bit his face. Clive, you're Cross, the detective chasing ghosts. Nathan, you wrote the article. Clive, I wrote the truth nobody wanted printed. Nathan, truth's a dangerous word in this town. Clive, so is mirror. The older man's smile didn't reach his eyes. They sat in the back booth, steam from their coffee fogging the glass. Clive laid an envelope on the table. Clive, everything I found about Bennett, Dawson, and Harper Moore. You'll see the same name everywhere. Eleanor Kane. That was Elena before she became a doctor. Nathan, you're telling me she changed identity? Clive, or someone changed it for her. Harper had access to medical databases, therapy records, hypnosis clinics. Easy to erase a child's name if you own the pen. Nathan thumbed through faded photographs. A courtroom, a crying little girl. Harper Moore's arm around her shoulders. He felt the same quiet dread that had followed him since the first murder. Nathan, why come forward now? Clive, because people are dying the way they were supposed to 15 years ago. Someone's rewriting history. A pause. Snow pressed against the windows like an audience leaning closer. Nathan, you think Elena's behind it? Clive, I think she's the only one left who remembers what really happened. And if she remembers everything, she won't survive it. The line hung in the air like smoke. But that night, Nathan returned to Elena's house, the crime mystery story that had swallowed them both tightening another turn. The lights inside glowed amber. Through the curtains, he saw her moving slowly as though afraid of the air itself. When she opened the door, she looked surprised but not startled. Elena, you found him, didn't you? Nathan, Clive Renard. He knows the old case. Elena, he was there back then, always taking pictures, always asking questions. A Berdun. Harper hated him. Nathan. Why? Alina. Because Clive knew the story wasn't about a kidnapping. It was about a murder that never made it to trial. Her hands shook as she poured tea. The mirror in the hallway reflected them both. But Nathan noticed something off again. Their reflections were standing closer than they were in reality, almost shoulder to shoulder. Nathan. Elena, what happened to your father at the lake? Elena. He was meeting someone. Harper told me to wait in the car. Then the headlights went out. I heard shouting, a gunshot, and water. She stopped, trembling. Elena. When they pulled me out, they said he'd tried to kill me. I believed them for years. Nathan's pen hovered over his notebook. Nathan. Who fired the gun? Elena. I never saw. But the mirror shows it every night, Nathan. The mirror can't show the past. Elena. Then how does it know his name? She pointed. The mirror's surface had begun to mist over again. Letters formed slowly through the fog. CLIVE. Nathan's stomach turned cold. Nathan. Renard? Elena. He was at the lake. The mirror says he never left. Nathan drove straight to the motel where Clive was staying. Door 205. Lights off. He knocked once, twice. No answer. When he pushed, the latch gave way. The room smelled of metal and cheap aftershave. Clive sat slumped at the desk, eyes open, skin gray. A thin line of blood traced from his ear to the collar of his coat. On the mirror above the dresser, someone had scrawled 3 words in red marker. Ask the child. Nathan stepped back, pulse hammering. Third murder, same signature. The pattern wasn't random anymore. It was ritual. He called dispatch, voice rough. Nathan. Officer down. Another one. And this time the killer's telling us who's next. He stared at the message again. The reflection of his own face looked wrong. Tilted, eyes empty, mouth whispering though he made no sound. He switched off the lights. The whisper continued anyway. You can't save her, Nathan. She already knows. Back at Alina's house, the mirror brightened like a screen waking from sleep. Her reflection stood motionless while her real body slept fitfully on the couch. The man in the dark coat appeared behind the reflection, resting a hand on its shoulder. Together they smiled. Outside, police sirens cut through the falling snow. Another body added to Ravenhill's growing legend, a psychological thriller with no hero left to trust. Snow kept falling long after the sirens died. In the gray morning light, Detective Nathan Cross watched paramedics wheel Clive Renard's body through the motel hallway. Every step left a trail that disappeared beneath new snowflakes. The coroner zipped the black bag shut. The sound felt final in a way words never did. Nathan stood at the dresser mirror where the message was written. Ask the child. The red ink streaked down like dried tears. His reflection looked older, edges blurred by fatigue. Behind him, he could almost imagine another figure moving, but when he turned, only shadows. He exhaled through his teeth, whispering to himself, Nathan, this isn't a case anymore. It's a confession nobody wants. Chief Reeves arrived 10 minutes later, coat flapping like a black flag. Reeves, 3 dead in 3 days, Cross. You think this is some poetic revenge? Because the mayor's calling it a breakdown, and you're the lucky scapegoat. Nathan, all of them were connected to case 402A, the same missing child file, the same lies. Reeves, then find whoever's cleaning it up. And if that whoever is Dr. Moore, you bring her in. No more bedside therapy sessions, understood? Nathan didn't answer. He looked once more at the mirror. In its reflection, Reeves's mouth was moving, but the sound lagged half a second behind. That delay had become familiar. like the heartbeat of this psychological thriller he couldn't escape. He drove straight to Alina's house. The road shimmered with ice, tires humming a tune that sounded too much like breathing. Her front door was unlocked again. Inside, the air smelled of metal and tea, an odd mix of comfort and decay. Alina stood by the window in her robe, staring out at nothing. Nathan. He's dead. Alina. Clive? Nathan. Yes. Alina. The mirror warned me. Nathan. It didn't warn him. She didn't look away from the snow. Alina. It never warns the guilty. Nathan placed his notebook on the table, its pages fluttering in the draft. Nathan. You told me he was at the lake. You said he never left. Now he's dead. If I believe you, I have to believe you knew this would happen. Alina. Belief isn't protection, detective, it's surrender. Her tone was steady. Too steady. He studied her face, searching for guilt, finding exhaustion instead. The murder investigation inside his head split in two. Part of him cataloged evidence, the rest just wanted her to stop shaking. Nathan. Tell me the truth, Alina. Are you doing this? Alina. Do I look capable of killing anyone? Nathan. People do strange things when they remember pain. Alina. Maybe. But pain isn't memory, it's the echo of it. Her eyes lifted toward the mirror again. Its surface rippled faintly, reflecting both of them, but with an extra shadow standing behind Nathan. He turned fast. The space was empty. Nathan. Who is he? The man in the dark coat. Alina. Sometimes he's Harper. Sometimes he's Bennett. Sometimes he's you. The words hit harder than any accusation. Nathan. Me? Alina. He changes faces depending on who's lying. Nathan stepped closer, lowering his voice. Nathan. Then what face does he wear when you lie? Alina. Mine. The mirror flashed once so bright he had to shield his eyes. When the light faded, letters crawled across the glass again, shaky, uneven. Tell him about the tape. Nathan. What tape? Alina. Harper recorded everything, not just therapy sessions. Everything we said after the crash. The tape was evidence that Bennett wanted destroyed. Nathan. Where is it? Alina. In the cellar, under the old floorboards, but every time I try to get it, the mirror shows me the lake. Nathan grabbed a flashlight. Nathan. Then we'll go together. The cellar door groaned open. Cold air breathed upward, damp and sour. They descended the narrow steps, light slicing across cobwebs and boxes marked More Therapy Archives. The concrete floor glittered with frost. Alina. There. She pointed to a section of cracked wood. Nathan pried it up with a crowbar. Beneath a tin box sat half buried in dust. He opened it carefully. Inside, an old cassette labeled Session E14. The ink was smudged, but the date was clear, 15 years ago. He pulled his small field recorder from his pocket, clicked play. A child's sob. Then Harper's voice, soft and calm. Harper, tape. It wasn't your fault, Ellie. You didn't pull the trigger. Child's voice. But you said he was bad. Harper. He was. He hurt your mother. We had to stop him. Child's voice. He was calling my name. The tape clicked, hissed, then stopped. Nathan's breath clouded the air. Nathan. Your father wasn't the villain. They made you think he was. Alina. And I believed them. I testified against my own blood. She sank onto the steps, shaking. The flashlight flickered, shadows moving along the walls like living ink. Alina. Every time the mirror fogs, I see him falling into the water. I see myself watching. Nathan crouched beside her. Nathan. Alina, we can use this. The tape proves Harper and Bennett manipulated you. You're not responsible. Alina. Then why does it feel like I am? Her whisper trembled through the cellar. Above them, the mirror began to hum again, a low vibrating sound like an electrical current running through glass. Dust rained from the ceiling. Nathan. What's happening? Alina. It's angry. It doesn't want the truth buried again. The hum grew louder, rising into a shrill frequency. The flashlight shattered. In the pitch dark, the mirror's glow seeped down the stairs, outlining Alina's face in silver. Nathan pulled her up, half dragging her toward the door. Nathan, move, now! They stumbled into the study as the glow faded back to stillness. The mirror stood silent again, innocent as any piece of furniture. On its surface, the fog had reshaped into new words. He died for her lies. Nathan, who died? Alina, my father nor Harper, I don't know anymore. Nathan took her wrist gently. Nathan, we'll figure it out, but you're coming with me to the station. Alina, no. If I leave, it'll follow. It always does. He opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when he saw her reflection. It wasn't moving. It stood perfectly still, smiling faintly. Then slowly it raised a finger and pointed behind him. Nathan turned. Nothing but the empty doorway. When he faced forward again, the reflection was gone entirely. A single crack now ran down the mirror's surface, thin but deep, splitting Alina's image in half. She whispered through tears, Alina, it's starting. Nathan escorted her outside. The storm had thinned to a fine mist. Police lights flashed at the end of the street. Reeves's car idled there, engine rumbling. Nathan opened the passenger door. Nathan, Chief, she's not well. We need protective custody, not handcuffs. Reeves, we'll decide that downtown. He looked at Alina. Reeves, you've got half this town buried in snow and fear, Doctor. If you know anything that can stop it, now's the time. She turned her gaze to the sky, flakes melting on her lashes. Alina, you can't stop what you started 15 years ago. Reeves frowned. Nathan closed his eyes. In the distance, thunder rolled again, though there were no clouds left to make it. The crime mystery story had passed the point of return. Every truth they uncovered opened another grave. As the car door slammed, the mirror inside her house cracked wider, silently, invisibly, until a thin sliver fell and shattered on the floor, reflecting the faint image of a child's face smiling up from the glass. The ride to the station felt longer than the town allowed. Streetlights floated past in pale halos, and every reflection on the glass looked like a watcher leaning in. Detective Nathan Cross kept his hand steady on the wheel. Dr. Alina Moore sat beside him, fingers knotted together, eyes fixed on the thin crescent of moon riding the rooftops. In the back seat, the empty shadow felt occupied. He didn't look at the rearview mirror. Nathan, we'll log the tape, chain of custody, then I want you in a quiet room, no interruptions. Alina, quiet isn't the problem. Nathan, what is? Alina, echoes. The heater hummed. Tires hissed over slush. They passed the frozen lake, a sheet of dark glass under snow. Alina's breathing faltered. Alina, he was calling my name. Nathan, who? Alina, the one they said took me. Nathan didn't answer. He pressed a little harder on the accelerator, as if speed could outrun memory. This psychological thriller wasn't just a case. It was a room with no doors, and every wall was reflective. At the station, Chief Reeves waited near the intake desk, jaw set, coat unbuttoned as if he'd come in mid-argument and never stopped. Reeves, you took her out without authorization again. Nathan, I brought evidence. He held up the cassette like a fragile bone. Nathan, Harper's tape. It ties Bennett and Dawson to manipulation of a child witness. It ties them to Case 402A. Reeves gave Alina a look she couldn't quite read. Not contempt, not sympathy. Something useful. Reeves. Put her in interview 2. I want a statement on record. Nathan. After a doctor looks at her. Reeves. The town's patience is bleeding out, Cross. People want a suspect more than a diagnosis. Nathan's stare said enough. Reeves relented a fraction with a tilt of his chin. Reeves. Fine. 10 minutes with the medic, then I want the tape in my office and her statement recorded. They moved. Paperwork grew teeth. The station's fluorescent buzz made everyone look a little sick. An officer guided Alina to a small exam room. Nathan walked the tape to a tech in evidence, watched it sealed, logged, and copied to digital forensics. A printer somewhere coughed and kept coughing. When he returned to interview 2, Alina sat at the metal table, a bottle of water untouched in front of her. The mirrored panel on the wall threw a faint, distorted version of the room back at them. He hated that mirror most of all, its polite lie. Nathan, you ready? Alina, ready and able aren't the same. He clicked the recorder. Nathan, state your name for the record. Alina, Dr. Alina Moore, birth name. She swallowed. Alina, Eleanor Kane. He kept his voice even. Nathan, describe your connection to Arthur Bennett, Cole Dawson, and Clive Renard. Alina, they are connected to me through a story they wrote. I didn't know I was the main character. The mirrored panel caught a half smile on the reflection of her mouth that her real face didn't make. Nathan's pen paused. He didn't look over. Nathan, tell me about the lake. Alina, snow, headlights off. Harper's hand on my shoulder. He said, don't look. I looked anyway. She closed her eyes. The room thinned to the sound of the recorder's tiny wheel. Alina, I heard my father say my name. I heard a shot. The splash after sounded like a door closing. Nathan gave her a moment. She opened her eyes again, steady now. Nathan, did you see who fired the gun? Alina, no. A soft itch crawled across Nathan's neck, the familiar edge of an answer pretending to be a question. He switched tacks. Nathan, why did you say Clive never left the lake? Alina, because the mirror said it. Nathan, the mirror being your memory. Alina, my guilt, maybe, or my defense. The door opened and Reeves stepped in, his reflection arriving a split beat later in the mirrored panel. Reeves, Tex got the tape stabilized. Parts of it are overwritten, but the key section is intact. You'll both hear it in my office. He looked at Alina, not unkindly. Reeves, if what's on there is what you say, you get a medic and a lawyer before any more questions. Alina, lawyers built the lie. Reeves, some also break them. They filed into Reeves's office. The blinds were half closed, slicing the room into bars of light. The tech cued the digitized audio. A hiss, a pop, then a child's breath close to the microphone. The way children breathe when they're trying not to cry. Harper, tape. Ellie, listen to me. You didn't see anything. If anyone asks, you say he tried to take you. You say he fell. Child's voice. But he was calling me. He had my picture. Harper, he's sick. He wanted to hurt you. Another voice entered, the unmistakable cadence of Arthur Bennett, low and careful. Bennett, tape. We're aligned then. Officer Dawson will take the statement. I'll handle the hearing. The reporter is a nuisance, but I'll keep him busy. Nathan felt his jaw set. Reeves' pen stopped clicking. The child spoke again, smaller now. Child's voice. Will he come back from the water? Harper. No, sweetheart, bad men don't float. The track ended on a hard stop. Silence in the office made the fluorescent buzz sound like thunder. Reeves leaned back and blew air through his nose. Reeves. So, they manufactured a kidnapping. They placed guilt on a dead man. And they used a child's testimony to seal it. Nathan nodded once. Nathan, Clive knew. That's why he kept digging. That's why he died. Reeves' eyes flicked toward Alina. She was staring not at them, but at the glass frame of a photograph on his credenza, the surface reflecting everyone in the room as if holding court. Alina, they told me bad men don't float. The mirror says otherwise. Reeves set his pen down. Reeves, Dr. Moore, for your safety and ours, I'm placing you in protective custody tonight. If someone is killing everyone tied to the case, you're next on their list, or you're the one making the list. And either way, you won't be walking out of here alone. Alina, do you believe I killed them? Reeves, I believe motive, means, and opportunity can wear masks. My job is to lift them. They escorted her to a small holding room. No cuffs, a blanket, a soft chair bolted to the floor. Nathan lingered as Reeves stepped away to bark orders. Nathan, you'll sleep here. I'll be outside the door. Alina, you can't keep the mirror out. Nathan, then I'll keep the door open. He set a chair in the hallway close enough to hear if she called. The corridor settled into late shift quiet, phones clicking far away, a copier waking and sleeping. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the safety glass window. His reflection sat with him, almost aligned. Almost. Footsteps approached. Ann Dawson stood at the end of the hall, coat damp with snow, eyes bright from either grief or decision. Ann, you said to call if I remembered anything. I remembered. Nathan, come with me. He led her to an interview room across from Alina's. Reeves joined a minute later, legal pad ready. Ann, my brother Cole, the night before he died, he gave me a box to keep if anything happened. I didn't open it. I was angry he was drinking again. Tonight I opened it. She set a shoebox on the table. Inside, an old badge, a folded map of the lake, and a small envelope labeled in shakier handwriting. Kane photo don't lose. Nathan slid the photo free. A little girl at a county fair sitting on a man's shoulders. The man's face was gentle, worn by weather, not by malice. On the back, Eleanor and Dad, the day before. Reeves' mouth thinned. Reeves, Cole kept this all these years. Ann, he said once that not all lies are crimes, but all crimes begin with a lie. I didn't know what he meant. Nathan stared at the photograph until the edges blurred. The murder investigation had a heartbeat and a spine now. He copied the photo and handed the original back. Nathan, thank you. This matters. Ann glanced through the window toward Alina's room. Ann, does she remember him? Nathan, she's starting to. Ann hesitated at the door. Ann, my brother wasn't a good man, but he wasn't the worst one in this story. She left like a ghost who'd finished her errand. Reeves tapped the photo with his pen. Reeves, we push this to the DA in the morning. Meanwhile, you stay with her. Whoever's cleaning house isn't done. Nathan, they only kill at night. Reeves, then don't blink. Midnight found the station thinner than usual. 2 officers dozed over reports. A vending machine ate someone's dollar and didn't say sorry. Nathan sat outside Alina's door listening to the small sounds a building makes when it remembers. From inside, her voice rose very soft, like a lullaby for someone who never slept. Alina, murmur, you were calling my name. He stood, looked through the small window. She wasn't speaking to him. She was looking at the steel-framed mirror bolted to the far wall, the safety kind that blurs details, the kind that pretends it cannot show what matters. The glass fogged. He saw it. He saw letters form from nothing, INTHEWATER. Her breath hitched. So did his. He opened the door. Nathan. Alina. Alina. It's okay, he's almost here. Nathan. Who? Alina. The man in the dark coat. The hall lights dimmed and hummed back to full. Someone walked past at the far corner and didn't cast a shadow. Nathan felt the drop in temperature the way you feel a word you don't want to say. He stepped fully inside, leaving the door ajar. The mirror brightened, not like a lamp, more like dawn underwater. Elena stood, blanket falling to her elbows. For a moment, two Elenas faced him, one with terror, one with an unreadable calm in the glass. "Nathan, stay behind me." He moved closer to the mirror, daring himself to find a seam, an explanation, a wire. His reflection did the same, but half a heartbeat late. And then, beside the reflection, a third figure resolved as if breathed onto the surface. A tall man, coat collar up, face turned slightly away, attention fixed not on him but on Elena. "Nathan. Harper?" The figure turned just enough to suggest recognition. Elena's breath broke. "Elena, you said bad men don't float." The figure lifted a hand in the reflection and pointed downward. At the lake, at the water, at the part of the story wrapped in ice and never thawed. An alarm chirped somewhere down the corridor. False trigger, low battery, mundanity rising like a shield against the impossible. Nathan didn't move. He realized his hand was outstretched toward the glass, and he forced it back to his side. "Nathan, what do you want from her?" The figure's mouth moved. No sound. Elena answered anyway, as if she heard words he couldn't. "Elena, he wants me to tell the truth the way they never let me." The reflection blurred. The man in the dark coat dissolved into silver rain across the surface and reformed into something else, an outline that was sketch and memory more than person. A child's small hand pressed to the inside of the glass, fingers splayed in plea. Elena pressed her palm to the mirror, matching the print. "Elena, I'm here." The door behind Nathan swung a little, the draft whispering through. Chief Reeves' voice came faintly from down the hall, angry at a machine that wouldn't cooperate. Nathan swallowed and spoke low. "Nathan, listen to me. If the mirror is your mind, then this is your decision. How we end this crime mystery story is up to you. Not the glass, not their lies. You." Elena nodded, eyes never leaving the handprint. "Elena, tomorrow, we go to the lake." Nathan, "And tonight?" Elena, "Tonight I remember without breaking." The handprint faded. The safety glass dulled to an ordinary reflection again. A tired detective, a woman split between past and present, a room holding its breath. Nathan stepped back into the hall and pulled the chair tight to the doorway. He texted evidence to secure the photo, the tape, the box. He told Reeves he was staying put. Reeves replied with a single word: "Good." The station quieted. Snow whispered against the windows. In the corridor's long mirror strip, Nathan watched his reflection sit guard and realized with a small, bitter smile that even here he was never watching alone. Across the hall, Elena wrapped the blanket around her shoulders, sat and leaned her head back. The narration of her breathing leveled into a slow rhythm. Inhale, pause, exhale. The kind of suspense story for sleep cadence that might carry a listener across bad water without drowning them in it. Just before he let himself blink, the safety glass in her room caught a thin hairline crack, almost invisible, running top to bottom like a seam opening in ice. He made a note in his head he did not say aloud. "By morning, we'll have to look beneath the surface." The crack held. The night held. The truth didn't. Morning arrived pale and glassy, as if the sky itself were a mirror that hadn't decided what to show. Detective Nathan Cross stood in the precinct corridor sipping coffee that tasted like memory. Burnt, stubborn, necessary. Through the narrow window of the holding room, he watched Dr. Elena Moore breathe in even waves beneath a thin gray blanket. The hairline crack in the room's safety mirror ran top to bottom like a frozen river. It hadn't moved during the night. He wasn't sure whether to be grateful or suspicious. He checked his notes, then checked them again. The cassette had been digitized, logged, duplicated. Ann Dawson's photograph was sealed with the map in evidence. Chain of custody flawless, like a prayer set in order. Still, a thought gnawed. Evidence was supposed to steady a murder investigation, not make it feel larger. Chief Reeves appeared with a folder under his arm and the look of a man who'd already fought 3 fires and was trying to pretend he hadn't. Reeves. You get any sleep? Nathan. Borrowed some. Reeves. Borrow better. DA's office wants a clean timeline, not poetry. Nathan nodded toward the holding room. Nathan. She's stable. In the morning light, she almost looks... Reeves. Innocent? Nathan. Unhaunted. Reeves handed over the folder. Reeves. Autopsy update on Renard. Subdural bleed consistent with a blow, not a fall. Trace silver nitrate on his collar. Our killer likes mirrors enough to season the crime scene with them. Nathan. Arthur's wounds carried the same compound, and Cole died beside a lake we keep treating like a metaphor. Reeves grunted. Reeves. You still taking her back there today? Nathan. She asked. Said if we're ending a crime mystery story, we should end it where it began. Reeves. I'll authorize transport with 2 cars, daylight only, no heroics. And cross, if anything feels wrong, it is. The medic cleared Alina for travel with the kind of shrug that means, I believe you, but I can't put it in writing. She dressed slowly, moving like someone leaving a room that had learned her shape. Nathan watched her fold the blanket with unnecessary care and set it on the chair. Nathan. We go to the lake. We look for what they left. Elena. They left a girl who learned to be her own witness. They stepped into a morning bright enough to hurt. Snow squeaked like whispers under boots. 2 patrol cars idled near the curb. Breath from their exhausts hung low, lazy. Nathan settled Alina into the back of the first car and sat beside her while an officer took the wheel. Reeves followed in the second unit with the evidence tech. Ravenhill's street slid past. Barbershop windows full of reflections, bakery glass catching sunlight and throwing it everywhere. Nathan found himself avoiding the rearview mirror and felt stupid for it, then felt less stupid when he glanced and caught the familiar lag. His eyes moving a fraction behind his own head. He blinked hard. Elena. You saw it, didn't you? Nathan. Saw what? Elena. The delay. Like the world remembering you late. He didn't answer. The lake arrived as a quiet circle of dark water breathing under thin ice. Pines standing guard. A bench tilted sideways where winter had shouldered it. Snow crusted the shoreline into brittle plates, and beneath them the water made small sounds like secrets learning to speak. The officers fanned to the perimeter. Reeves and the tech unpacked a small case of tools. Nathan walked with Alina to the old boat ramp, where gravel met water and memory was thickest. Nathan. This is where you heard the shot? Elena. This is where I heard silence afterward. She crouched, gloved fingers brushing snow aside. The gesture looked practiced, like uncovering is what she did for a living. A few inches down, metal winked, a corroded circle no larger than a coin. Nathan knelt and lifted it with tweezers into a specimen bag, a button dark, heavy, stamped faintly with 3 letters, HMC. Nathan. Harper Moore, Clinic, Elena. Harper Moore and Company. He had those tailored on the coats he wore for conferences. Nathan. Then he was here, not just after, during. Reeves called from 20 feet away. Reeves, we've got more. He pointed to a shallow drift where the tech had brushed snow off a half-buried hand mirror, its back turned up like a turtle. The glass side was down, but from the edges you could see silvering flaked away. The tech lifted it gently. When he flipped it, the glass showed a cloudy circle and something else, a faint child's handprint trapped beneath the oxidation. 5 small petals splayed in plea. No one spoke for a few seconds that felt like more. Elena, I used to carry one like that. My father gave it to me. Nathan, this one's aged here. 15 winters at least. Reeves nodded to the tech who photographed it, bagged it, labeled it like it could explode. Reeves, all right, we've got a button, a mirror, and a lake with a taste for coincidences. Keep moving. They worked the shoreline slow. The wind came off the water colder than the air, the kind of cold that finds the bones it wants. Elena moved with a map in her head, stopping at intervals that seemed arbitrary until she pointed and said quietly, there. And they found something small. A brass zipper pull. A strip of cracked leather, a ribbon stiff with age. At the far end of the ramp, where ice thickened into white, Nathan crouched and brushed away frost until metal glinted again. A shell casing sat in a shallow pocket where ice met mud. He didn't lift it. He just stared at it, a heartbeat longer than training allowed. Nathan, if this matches the round that killed your father. He let the sentence rest. Elena, then the gun that made me a witness belonged to one of the men who taught me what to say. He bagged the casing. Reeves checked his watch like time was something he could police. Reeves, we hit the lab by noon. Then we talked to the coroner about your husband's sealed report. Nathan, and we stopped treating silver nitrate like decoration. Elena stood very still, eyes fixed on the band of darker water near the middle. For a moment her breath fogged the air in a steady column, and then it hitched. Elena, he's there? Nathan, who? Elena, the man in the dark coat. Nathan followed her gaze. Nothing. Water, ice, light. He forced his hands not to tighten. Nathan, you're safe. This is daylight. Everything that lies prefers the dark. Elena, not the mirror, it lies to make you look. They turned back toward the cars. The officers had drifted wider to check the path leading into the trees. Reeves locked the recovered items in his case, snapped it shut like a verdict. Nathan opened the passenger door for Elena. The sun slid behind a cloud. He felt the air thin. The first shot cracked the quiet in half. It came from the tree line, a flat report that made even the lake flinch. Nathan shoved Elena behind the open door as a second shot tore bark from a pine to his left. Reeves was already crouched behind his unit, shouting positions. The officers dropped, scanning. Snow plumed where bullets had kissed it a breath earlier. Nathan's mind moved without him. Nathan, shooters high, West Ridge. Glass on the scope, he's catching sun. He slid a look toward Elena. Her face had gone nearly colorless, but her eyes were needle clear. Elena, he doesn't want me to remember here. Nathan, which means this is exactly where you have to. He keyed his shoulder mic, sent the call. The reply came fast. Perimeter units moving, drone grounded for wind. In the sudden windless pause, Nathan heard something wild, a chime. He looked down. The hand mirror in the evidence case had caught a sliver of light and thrown it onto the snow. A coin of brightness pulsing like a heartbeat. The shot that followed shattered a branch above it. Glass splinters leapt, glittered, fell like small stars and died. Reeves, cross, move! They moved. Nathan pushed Elena low along the car's far side toward the slope. Reeves's unit rolled forward 3 feet, siren yelping once to drag the shooter's eye. A third shot clipped the light bar. Someone swore like a prayer. Then silence. The kind that's not relief, just reload. The shooter didn't press. He faded back into the trees the way good ghosts do, without being seen. Reeves signaled hold. Officers fanned, found nothing but powder and prints that led nowhere a plow could go. Reeves, we're done here. Whoever's writing this twist ending doesn't want us on this chapter. Nathan got Alina into the back seat, hands gentle in a way he didn't notice. She spoke as if to herself. Alina, when they fired the first time, he fell backward, not forward. I remember that now. Forward means surprise, backward means fear. Nathan, that's not nothing. The drive back to the precinct felt like leaving a page unfinished. Nathan kept checking the mirrors and hated that he kept checking the mirrors. In the rear view, he saw only himself and Alina's reflection, but the delay, always that small, wrong delay, made his jaw tighten until it clicked. At the station, the air inside felt a degree warmer than it should, like the building had held its breath while they were gone. Reeves peeled off toward evidence with the case. Nathan walked Alina past the intake desk. An officer he didn't know logged something and didn't look up. Small, normal, suspicious in its normality. Nathan, you'll rest. 10 minutes. Then we listen to the rest of the digitized tape with forensics on the line. Alina, 10 minutes is long enough to have a nightmare. Nathan, then make it a short one. He settled her in the holding room. The hairline crack hadn't lengthened. He almost said so, as if that were a kindness. She managed a quarter smile. Alina, cracks spread when you pretend not to see them. He left the door on its latch and took the chair outside again. Reeves barked orders 2 rooms away. A fax machine made a prehistoric sound. The station lived. He rubbed the grit from his eyes and checked his phone. Lab ETA 2 hours on the casing. Coroner agreed to unseal Harper Moore's report for law enforcement review. For a heartbeat, the psychological thriller felt like it might obey procedure. The lights flickered once, brown out quick, then steadied. Nathan looked up on instinct. The safety mirror in Alina's room gave back a bland rectangle of room. He pushed to his feet and looked through the window anyway. Alina wasn't on the chair. He blinked. The blanket lay folded exactly where it had been that morning, neat as a note. The corner of the room where the camera should have caught every angle showed only gray wall and the mirror's narrow edge. He opened the door, slow at first, then hard. Nathan, Alina? The room answered with fluorescent buzz and the hush of forced air. The bathroom door stood open, empty. No vent big enough for a child, let alone a grown woman. The window was a slab you'd need a truck to move. On the tabletop sat a small square, a shard of something bright. He picked it up with 2 fingers. A mirror fragment, thin and clean as a blade of winter. On its surface, breath had ghosted words in a child's hand, letters half faded but readable when he angled them to the light. Askthewater. His throat tightened. Nathan, calling out, Reeves, I need eyes on interview 2 now. Reeves appeared in the doorway a second later, fury already hot. Reeves, tell me she didn't walk out of a locked room. Nathan, she didn't walk out. She wasn't here when looking started. Reeves scanned the ceiling, the floor, the seams, swearing in a language made of names and consequences. 2 officers throttled down the hallway, then froze at the threshold like men at a cliff. Reeves, lock the building, every exit, every stairwell, pull camera feeds for the last 15, cross. Nathan, I know. He looked again at the shard. His reflection on it was too small, a toy detective with worry for eyes. Behind his miniature shoulder, if he turned the angle just right, a sliver of something else flashed, the lake's dark skin, or maybe only the idea of it. The PA crackled with procedures and urgency. Doors slammed, radios spoke in clipped, competent sentences. Nathan pocketed the shard in an evidence envelope and felt something like a pledge tie itself behind his ribs. He stepped into the corridor's long strip of wall mirror and let his own face look back at him until it almost aligned, until the delay felt less like a trick and more like an admission. Then he spoke softly to himself, or to the glass. Nathan, all right, we'll ask the water. Snow began again outside, light as ash. Somewhere deep in the building, the copier woke and printed a single blank page. The room across the hall breathed its small, empty breath. The story had moved without them, the way some stories do when the truth decides to be found. The lake looked different at night, blacker, wider, like it had learned to listen. Floodlights from the cruisers drew pale corridors across the water, and every ripple bent them into trembling shapes. Detective Nathan Cross stood at the edge with his coat open to the wind, a map of half-frozen footprints at his feet. Somewhere beneath that surface was the answer that kept whispering in glass. Search units fanned across the bank. Radios muttered coordinates. Dogs whined against their handlers' legs. Chief Reeves paced near the command van, cigarette unlit between his fingers. Reeves: "You really think she came here alone?" Nathan: "She didn't need company." The message was an invitation. Reeves: "From who?" Nathan: "From the mirror." Reeves snorted smoke that wasn't lit. Reeves: "You hear yourself?" Nathan: "Every time. Doesn't make it less true." He turned back to the water. The flashlight beams jittered, catching patches of ice like small mirrors. The divers were setting lines, the cold biting through their suits. Nathan crouched, scooped a handful of snow, and watched it melt against the dark. The water looked ordinary until it didn't. A shape floated near the center, slow and deliberate. Not a body, not yet. Just something buoyant, reflecting light where light shouldn't hold. A diver broke surface a second later, breath steaming. Diver: "We've got something. Metal case, maybe a recorder." They hauled it out. A waterproof container scarred with time, stamped HMC number 2. Nathan's stomach tightened. Harper Moore Clinic again. He knelt beside it while the tech snapped photos. Nathan: "Open it here." Reeves: "You want evidence drowned and ruined?" Nathan: "I want truth before it freezes again." The latch creaked. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, another cassette waited. Same handwriting as before. Beneath it, a small locket and a child's drawing sealed in plastic. A stick figure woman with yellow hair and a blue dress, holding hands with a smaller figure labeled "Me." The man beside them was crossed out in red crayon. Nathan exhaled through his nose. Nathan: "She's been remembering in fragments." This was the piece they buried. Reeves: "Play the tape at base, not here." Nathan: "It's part of the pattern. They killed to keep these silent." He slid the cassette into his field recorder and pressed play before Reeves could argue. Static. Then Harper's voice, older than on the last tape, tired but clear. "Harper, tape. If you're hearing this, the mirror worked. I told her it could carry memory the way blood carries guilt. I lied. It carries me." Reeves blinked. Reeves: "What the hell?" Harper, tape. "Arthur thinks he's in control. Cole too, but they don't understand what she saw. She saw me push him. She saw me choose her over truth. I told her he fell. That's the story she'll keep. Tell her I'm sorry when she's old enough to know she's lying." The tape clicked off. The silence that followed made the night itself contract. Reeves rubbed his jaw. Reeves: "So Harper killed her father." Nathan: "And built an empire out of therapy and lies." Reeves: "Then who's cleaning up now?" Nathan: "Someone who knows guilt doesn't float." The wind picked up, rattling the floodlights. A searchlight skimmed across the trees, and for a heartbeat Nathan saw her. Alina. Standing at the edge of the opposite bank, pale coat blending into snow, hair wild in the wind. She was watching them. Nathan: "There! North Ridge!" Officers pivoted, beams converging. The spot where she'd stood was empty except for churned snow and a single footprint half filled with water. Reeves swore, voice low and steady. Reeves: "You chasing ghosts again, Cross?" Nathan: "She's not a ghost. She's a witness that refuses to die." He stepped forward until water lapped at his boots. The surface caught his reflection, stretched it thin. For an instant he saw her face beside his, eyes calm, mouth moving though no sound reached him. Elena, echo. The mirror doesn't forgive lies of love. He flinched back, breaking the reflection. Reeves grabbed his arm. Reeves. We're pulling out. We got what we came for. Nathan. Not yet. The lake still has a body we never recovered. Reeves. You dig frozen graves, you find frozen answers. Let's move. They packed up. The drive back wound through trees whose branches bent heavy with snow. The floodlights receded, and darkness returned to its proper owner. Back at the precinct, the heat hit like a wall. Reeves went to log the new evidence. Nathan walked the long hallway to his office, replaying Harper's words in his head. The mirror carries me. He sat, pressed his palms over his eyes, and let the tape whisper on repeat. Each time the same confession, the same quiet apology. He didn't notice the reflection in his window at first, just movement, faint. When he looked, Elena's silhouette stood outside on the street, snow haloing her like fog. She lifted a hand slowly and touched the glass. He blinked. She was gone. Footsteps sounded in the hall. Reeves. Forensics confirmed the casing from the lake matches the bullet from the Bennett scene. Same weapon, probably Harper's sidearm. Nathan. And Harper's been dead for years. Reeves. So maybe the lake isn't the only thing holding bodies. Nathan pocketed the locket from the case, ignoring the look Reeves gave him. Nathan. I'm going back out there at dawn. Reeves. You'll have half the town calling for your badge. Nathan. They can have it when the mirror stops lying. Reeves shook his head, weary. Reeves. You want to die poetic, that's your sin, just take a radio. Dawn arrived brittle and blue. Nathan parked by the lake again, alone this time. The psychological thriller rhythm of his life felt slow motion, breath, frost, heartbeat, water. He walked to the bench where Elena had stood, the child's drawing still in his pocket. He unfolded it once more. The crayon lines shook in the cold. He looked at the scratched-out father and whispered to the air. Nathan. She saw you die for her peace. What do you want now? The ice cracked somewhere far off, a sound like distant applause. Then softly. Words formed on the thin layer near his boots, letters rising through frost, H-E-R-E. He dropped to one knee. Beneath the surface, a dark outline shifted, long and human. He grabbed his radio. Nathan. Dispatch, this is Cross. We've got a submerged form 10 meters off the north dock. Send divers. Static interrupted. Then a voice not from dispatch whispered back. You asked the water. Nathan froze. The radio crackled again, clean this time. Actual dispatch. Dispatch. Copy that, detective. Units en route. He stared at the water. The outline didn't vanish. It rolled closer, caught in the light, and for a second the face beneath the ice looked like Harper Moore's. Eyes open, lips moving around words the lake refused to release. Nathan's breath hitched. Nathan. Elena, what did you do? Behind him, a soft crunch of snow answered. He turned too slow. A shape stepped from the trees, a tall figure in a dark coat, collar high, face hidden by light. It raised one gloved finger to its lips, a gesture of silence that looked almost kind. Then it pointed toward the lake and vanished between breaths. Nathan stood alone again, heartbeat loud enough to break the ice himself. The radio buzzed, voices approaching. He didn't move. The mirror of the lake held everything he feared and nothing he could prove. He whispered to it anyway. Nathan. All right, I'm listening. The water rippled once, as if answering. Somewhere under the surface, a second mirror waited, patient, ancient, ready to show whatever truth came next. The divers went in just after sunrise, green lines sliding from their reels into the lake like veins searching a heart. Frost smoked off the water. Steam curled around their heads so each man looked half ghost. Detective Nathan Cross stood on the dock with gloves he couldn't feel and a radio that kept wanting to tell the wrong stories. Chief Reeves barked logistics from the command van, every sentence clipped short enough to cut. Reeves, grid 2, sweep, don't chase shadows, pull straight if you snag. Nathan watched the surface tighten after each breath of the divers. The water was a mirror pretending not to be one. He focused on the practical things. Markers, timestamps, the murder investigation checklist that kept a man from drifting too far inward. Elena wasn't there, and that absence had a temperature. He could feel it standing where the cold should have been. A diver's hand broke the surface, 2 fingers up. Find. The rope shivered. Men hauled in. A black shape rolled against the light, edges dragging silt like memory. They lifted it slow, careful, into the recovery tray that waited with a patience Nathan envied. The coroner's assistant stepped forward with the quiet you bring to sacred things. The remains wore the memory of a coat, dark wool clinging in tatters, a monogrammed button at the cuff. HMC. A locket hung against fragmenting ribs, chain tangled through rot-proof cloth. The skull still held its teeth like a last argument. Reeves glanced once, then looked away. Looking longer doesn't make death clearer. Reeves. We bag, tag, and move. Dental fast track. Nathan. Open the locket first. The assistant popped the catch with gloved care. Inside lay a tiny photo sealed behind old plastic. A little girl on a man's shoulders. On the back, watermarks had spared 4 letters. EL, the start of a name Nathan already knew by feel. Reeves. Don't assume. Nathan. I don't have to. The coroner's assistant slid the locket into evidence. A second diver surfaced, breath ragged. Diver. There's something else. Metal box wedged in the pylons, could be a handgun case. They went again. Minutes stretched long. Wind chased needles along the dock planks. Nathan stared at the lake and saw, for a fraction of a breath, the shape of a man in a dark coat standing on the ice beyond the cones of floodlight, hands in pockets, posture patient. He blinked. Light shifted. The shape thinned to reflection and went. The second lift brought a ruined case to the dock, a waterproof pistol box with a rusted latch and an inside that still smelled faintly of solvent. The weapon inside had aged like a confession, blued steel blotched with mineral bloom, grip panels swollen and split, serial intact. Reeves. Well, look who came home. Nathan. Run it against Bennett's wound and against whatever killed Elena's father. Reeves. We don't know whose father we've got. Nathan. We will. They rolled the stretcher toward the van. Snow turned to glitter where the sunlight finally found it. Nathan's radio hissed. Dispatch. Cross coroner on 2 for you. He thumbed the side button. Nathan. Go. Coroner. Reviewing the sealed report from 2 years back, Harper Moore's so-called car accident. We've got anomalies. The dental chart attached to the file is a photocopy of a photocopy. Plates don't match the tooth pattern on the crash photos. And there were no prints taken from the scene. Officially, the body was too compromised. Unofficially, she let the word hang like a dropped stone. Coroner. It looks like someone closed a file without ever having a body. Nathan's mouth went dry. Nathan. You're saying the crash was a cover. Coroner. I'm saying whoever signed off liked shortcuts. He looked at the stretcher. The monogrammed button winked, honest as an address label. Nathan. Then the lake has Harper. Reeves. Say it out loud so the DA has to hear it. Nathan. The lake has Harper. The statement didn't solve anything. It only rearranged the furniture of the room they were in, but the room felt truer. They loaded. Reeves climbed into the van with the coroner's tech, and the doors thumped shut. Nathan stayed on the dock a beat longer, watching the water settle back into its morning face. A light wind combed the surface. Somewhere under it, memory rolled over and went back to sleep. His phone buzzed. Unknown number. He answered. Elena. Don't let them say he floated. The words made the world tilt the smallest degree. Nathan. Where are you? Elena. Close. Nathan. You left a locked room. Elena. Locks are for doors. You were looking at mirrors. Nathan. Elena, listen to me. The body, if it's Harper, then your father. Elena. I know. He heard the wind her side, the hush of trees, not the lake, somewhere else, somewhere near. Nathan, come in. I'll meet you at the station. We'll protect you. Elena. You can't protect me from the part of me that remembers. That's what the mirror is for. Nathan. What does it want now? Elena. For me to stop pretending I didn't choose. The line clicked dead. The number dissolved to no caller ID and then to nothing. He called back, got the hollow ring that means you're talking to a pocket of air. He drove behind the van, siren off. Eyes on every pane of glass he passed, storefronts, bus stop shelters, the gloss on the hood of a parked car. In 3 of them, his reflection lagged a beat behind. In one, he thought he saw a second figure sit up in the transport van where no one sat. He didn't tell Reeves that when they parked. Inside the precinct, heat carried the smell of copy toner and coffee someone forgot to drink. Reeves pushed the evidence cart toward the secure elevator. Reeves, we do this tight, no leaks, we're not burying another decade. Nathan, Elena called me. Reeves, is she surrendering or staging? Nathan, she's confessing without words. Reeves, to what? Nathan, to surviving. They passed the holding room where she'd not been. The blanket still lay folded like a pressed leaf. Nathan stopped a second and stared at the safety mirror. The crack down the center had lengthened a finger's width, a vein in glass. He almost reached to touch it and didn't. In the lab, fluorescent truth waited. The serial on the pistol matched the purchase records from Harper Moore's clinic. Registered, licensed, unremarkable. The casing lifted from the lake matched the grooves from the barrel with a court-ready fit. The bullet that killed Arthur Bennett and the one that scarred Cole Dawson's jacket, from the same weapon. The autopsy on Cole would stand. The shot at the lake had been staged. Cole bled out beside the water, not in it. Every fact tightened the loop. Tech, dental's back on the lake body. Nathan braced without meaning to. The tech glanced at Reeves, then at him. Tech, it's Harper Moore. The room went a notch quieter. Reeves, then who was in the car 2 years ago? Tech, paperwork wearing a person. Nathan's phone buzzed again. Text this time from the desk sergeant at the front. There's a woman here asking for you. Won't give name. Says she brought a piece of the lake. He didn't wait for permission. He took the stairs 2 at a time and hit the lobby breathless in a way he'd never admit. Glass doors swung, bringing cold in with a shape. Elena stood, hair wet, coat darker in the places snow melts slower. In her hand, an evidence baggie held a thin shard that caught the lobby lights and threw them in pieces across the tile. Nathan, you walked in. Elena, I never left. He took the bag. The shard had breath fog marks on it that hadn't faded yet. Letters written by a child's mouth pressed to glass. TWO. Nathan, there are 2. Elena, the water kept the truth and the lie. He looked at her, at the steadiness she was borrowing or manufacturing. For a second, he saw the child in the photograph and the woman she grew around like a tree growing around a fence post. He nodded once. Nathan, we go back. Reeves met them at the doors, eyebrows making a comment his mouth didn't. Reeves, You handing yourself in, Doctor? Alina, I'm handing you a direction. They returned to the lake with fewer officers and more intent. Sun sat low but made a bright path across the water like instruction. The divers dropped lines in a second grid where Alina pointed, not guessing, remembering. 20 minutes later, rope shook and the lake gave up another shape. This one wore cheap denim and a workman's jacket. No monogram, no coat tailored for conferences. The skull was narrower, teeth uneven. A wallet inside the jacket had given up everything except the laminated sliver of a county fair pass dated 15 years back, and the outline of a name worn by time. The coroner's assistant didn't need it. There was a healed fracture on the left ulna that matched a break in an old hospital record. Reeves, Eleanor Kane's father. Nathan let breath out like a held verdict. Alina didn't make a sound. She stood with hands at her sides and eyes that didn't blink until the stretcher rolled past. Alina. He fell backward. Nathan. I believe you. Alina. No. Believe me now. I didn't before. The second handgun case they pulled proved empty, but the silt inside carried the glitter of silver nitrate when the tech lifted it to the light. The same chemical Bennett wore on his death. The same mineral scraped from mirrors lifted from the lake bed. Someone had treated this water like an altar. Reeves watched the sky wait toward afternoon. Reeves. We go back in with a story the DA can print. Harper killed the father, Bennett and Dawson helped bury it, and somebody's been cleaning it with bullets ever since. That somebody... He let the sentence point itself at Alina without reaching her. Alina, that somebody wants the story to match what I see when I close my eyes. Nathan, we will prove what the mirror only suggests. On the way to the cars, Nathan's radio hiccuped. You asked the water. The voice wasn't dispatch, it wasn't static either. He looked across the surface. At the edge of the ice, he saw a tall figure in a dark coat again, still as a cutout. Reeves followed his stare and swore softly. Reeves, you see him too? Nathan, I see what I need to finish this. By the time the officers swung their beams, the space was empty. Back at the precinct, the building breathed like it had learned how. The lab hummed, the copier behaved, the coffee even tasted like coffee. For the first time since Bennett's mirror shattered, the crime mystery story had a center that held. Nathan wrote the bones of the case on the whiteboard, names, arrows, dates, a line of cause and effect that turned in on itself like handwriting taught too fast. Alina sat across from him, hands wrapped around a mug as if heat means truth. She spoke without looking up. Alina, what happens when the story ends? Nathan, you sleep. Alina, and the mirror? Nathan, mirrors don't sleep. They wait. Chief Reeves pushed through the door with a file that looked heavier than paper and dropped it on the table. Inside, the coroner's preliminary report on the lake bodies sat on top. And under that, a thin envelope stamped with a seal no one in Ravenhill liked to see. State Attorney's Office. Reeves. They're sending a special prosecutor, which means we have until sunrise to make this bulletproof. Nathan. Then we don't blink. Alina stood. The crack down the interview room mirror had widened again into a branch of smaller lines, a frost flower with a will. Nathan saw it and didn't say so. He walked her to the doorway instead. Nathan, we're going to finish this without breaking you. Alina, I've already broken, I'm just choosing which pieces to keep. Night folded back over the town. Snow came soft as ash. Somewhere in a drawer, a cassette clicked by itself into the end of its ribbon and waited for hands that might never come. In the corridor mirror, Nathan's reflection finally aligned with him for a full second, and then the delay returned, half beat off. Like the sound of a heart you hear through a wall. He made a note he would only write later. In the morning, exhume the crash site. If the car held no body, the road holds proof. He capped his pen, looked at Alina one more time to be sure she was still there, and found her exactly where he had left her. Present, steady, and facing an empty pane of glass like it owed her an answer. The glass didn't speak. It only held, and sometimes that's the loudest truth. By morning, Ravenhill looked like it had been painted clean, but everyone who lived there knew snow was only a mask. The town's charm had gone brittle, all white fences and bad dreams. Detective Nathan Cross parked outside the courthouse while the siren of another patrol car faded down Main Street. He'd been summoned, and summons meant performance. Inside, the special prosecutor was already waiting. An immaculate woman in a charcoal suit who carried herself like paperwork had bones. Her badge read, Evelyn Hart. Hart. Detective Cross, Chief Reeves, sit. We're not here to fight. We're here to finish. Reeves. Define finish. Hart. A confession, a coherent timeline, and no supernatural nonsense. The Attorney General doesn't like mirrors being quoted in homicide reports. Nathan leaned forward. Nathan. Then he shouldn't have hired people who live in glass houses. She didn't blink. Hart. You have 2 bodies from the lake, both tied to a defunct clinic. A psychologist under protective custody who keeps vanishing. And a community losing patience. What you don't have is a conviction. So help me believe this is still a murder investigation, not a ghost story. Nathan slid the photographs across the table, the pistol, the locket, the handwriting frozen on mirror shards. Nathan. Every death connects to case 402A. They staged a kidnapping, murdered the father, framed him, and someone is now rewriting the record by force. Hart. Someone meaning Dr. Moore? Nathan. Someone meaning truth with teeth. Reeves coughed once. Tired of philosophy. Reeves. We'll exhume the crash site today. We expect one more body or none. Either way, that ends speculation. Hart. Good. End it fast. Because if this story keeps trending, every blog from here to Washington will call Ravenhill the town that eats its past. Outside the courthouse, Nathan lit a cigarette he wouldn't smoke. The air was cold enough to make lungs complain. Reeves joined him. Reeves. She's politics, not evil. Nathan. Politics is just evil with a schedule. They drove to the crash site. The road curved through the same woods that guarded the lake, a narrow ribbon of asphalt buckled by frost. 15 yards down an embankment lay the rusted skeleton of Harper Moore's car, half swallowed by vines and last year's leaves. Crime scene techs were already cutting through brush. Nathan slid down the slope, boots crunching on frozen soil. He crouched beside the wreck. The impact marks told a story he didn't like. The driver's seat empty at collision, the seat belt cut with a blade. Tech. Frame's cold, sir, but there's bone fragments in the back seat. Reeves. Harper drove alone. Tech. Then he had a ghost for company. Nathan leaned in. A smaller skeleton, barely adult, wedged behind the passenger side, ribs compressed by metal. He swallowed hard. Nathan. We need ID. Tech. No wallet, but there's jewelry. Ring. Initials LM. Reeves frowned. Reeves. L for Laura? Harper's clinic nurse? Nathan. She disappeared 3 weeks before the crash. The tech bagged evidence while snow started again, gentle and disinterested. Nathan brushed ice from the trunk and found something carved into the metal. Letters scratched through paint. TWOTRUTHS. He stood, voice low. Nathan. 2 truths. 2 bodies. 2 stories. Reeves. You really think she's cleaning this up? Nathan. She's remembering the cleanup somebody else did. They loaded the remains. Nathan looked back once and caught the sunlight bending on a shard of broken headlight glass. It flashed like a signal. For a second, he saw the faint silhouette of a woman leaning against a tree, watching. He blinked. Gone. The psychological thriller rhythm of Ravenhill refused logic. It pulsed like guilt instead of blood. At the precinct, the lab hummed. Elena sat in the observation room wrapped in Reeves' spare jacket. Her skin looked drawn thin, almost transparent. She lifted her eyes as Nathan entered. Elena. They found the car. Nathan. You knew we would. Elena. I remember the smell of gasoline. And another voice besides Harper's. Nathan. Who? Elena. Laura Miller. She worked at his clinic. He said she was helping me forget. Nathan's pen scratched across his notebook. Elena. But she wanted to tell the police. He said if she talked, we'd all drown. I thought he meant secrets. She hesitated. Elena. Maybe he meant literally. The hallway light flickered. Nathan glanced at the one-way glass. For half a breath, the reflection in it didn't match. Elena's mouth moved late, whispering, "Ask the water." When he turned, she sat silent. Nathan. Elena, did you see who shot Arthur Bennett? Elena. No, but I know why he deserved it. Nathan. Why? Elena. He made sure the world believed Harper was the hero. He called it closure. Closure is just murder with paperwork. Reeves opened the door, file in hand. Reeves. Autopsy on the crash site skeleton. Female, age mid-30s, dental match for Laura Miller. Death by blunt trauma prior to collision. Harper staged his own death and took her instead. Nathan. Which means he was alive when Elena started therapy with him. Reeves. Alive and erasing her for real this time. Hart appeared in the doorway, timing perfect. Hart. Congratulations, gentlemen, you've built a monster, now prove who killed him. Her tone made prove sound like plead. Nathan stood. Nathan. Maybe the town did. Hart. The town isn't on trial. You are if this turns political. She left before anyone could reply. The silence she left behind was heavier than her authority. Nathan leaned on the table, staring at the mirror. Nathan. When you look at it, what do you see, Elena? Versions of myself waiting for permission to tell the truth. Nathan. And when I look, Elena. You see someone trying not to drown in someone else's reflection. He almost smiled. Almost. That night, the dark secrets of Ravenhill kept their regular appointment with insomnia. Nathan drove the outer roads, headlights brushing mailboxes, snow hiss like static under tires. He ended up back at the lake without intending to. Habit, gravity, confession, it was all the same word. He cut the engine and stepped out. Moonlight laid silver paths over ice. Somewhere beneath, Harper and the past shared a silence that felt busy. Nathan knelt, pressing his palm flat against the surface. Cold bit through glove and skin until his pulse felt foreign. He whispered to the reflection that formed there. Nathan, tell me what I missed. A thin tremor passed through the ice. Beneath it, light bloomed, faint and shifting, as if a lantern had been lit under the water. Then words formed, slow and deliberate, the letters rising through frost like veins. Someonestillies. He staggered back, breath breaking into white. The glow faded, the water went still. Somewhere in the woods, a twig snapped once and didn't echo. He turned, flashlight cutting quick arcs. Only trees, only snow, only the feeling that only was a lie. He started the car and called Reeves. Nathan. Pull every internal file from Harper's case, every name who signed it off. We've got a leak inside. Reeves. You sure it's a leak and not a ghost? Nathan. Same thing here. He hung up, watching the mirror on the passenger visor. His own reflection smiled half a second late. He shut it and drove toward town. the twist ending still forming somewhere between his heartbeat and the hum of tires. In the glass of the rear window, the lake's reflection followed him, quiet, patient, waiting for the next question. By noon, the sky had turned the color of old tin, and Ravenhill wore it like a mood. Detective Nathan Cross walked the precinct corridor with a stack of internal files the thickness of a phone book and the weight of a confession. The copy room hummed. The coffee tasted like cardboard and necessity. He set the stack on the conference table, rolled up his sleeves, and began to peel the town open by its paperwork. Chief Reeves leaned in the doorway, arms crossed, reading his face the way people read weather. Reeves, you wanted every signature from the day the car crashed to the day we closed the case. It's all there. What do you expect to find? Nathan, a seam. Reeves, so you can pull? Nathan, so it stops pretending to be cloth and starts being what it is. They worked in silence for a while. Names repeated like a chorus. Arthur Bennett, Cole Dawson, Harper Moore, and one more name that kept showing up in the margins, never bold, always useful. Harlan Pike, records officer then, desk sergeant now. The man with the neat handwriting on everything nobody read twice. Nathan ran his finger along a string of log entries. The dates lined up too perfectly. The timestamps were always on the quarter hour, as if time left work early. He flipped to keycard access reports. On the night Alina vanished from the holding room, Pike's keycard had pinged 4 doors he had no reason to open. Records, Evidence B, Interview 2, and the service stairwell. 4 doors, 10 minutes, no camera footage preserved. Too clean, too quick, too anything but accident. Nathan. Pike. Reeves. Harlan? He alphabetizes the sugar packets in the break room. Nathan. And he's been here long enough to know where every blind spot lives. Reeves didn't argue. He gestured toward the bullpen with his chin. Reeves. Let's ask the alphabet. They found Pike at the front desk, typing with the unhurried precision of a man who believed in both rules and the comfort of making them. He looked up with a smile that didn't reach his eyes because his eyes were busy. Pike. Chief. Detective. If you're looking for the DA printout, the fax jammed again. I left the second page on your chair. Nathan. We're looking for your keycard. Pike blinked. The delay barely a beat, but enough for men who watch delays for a living. Pike. Misplaced it after shift last night. Filed a report. Nathan. It used 4 restricted doors in 10 minutes while you were misplacing it. Pike. Then someone stole it. You know how it goes when folks get nervous. Doors don't stay closed. Reeves held out his hand, palm steady. Reeves. Card. Pike slid a replacement from his pocket, new laminate bright under fluorescent light. Pike. Facilities issued this morning. Can I help with anything else? Nathan. Yeah. Your shoes. Pike frowned, then understood when Nathan's gaze dropped. The laces were wet, salt-rimed. Snow melt left a gray map along the welt, as if he'd walked recently where snow panics before it becomes water. Nathan said nothing. Pike said nothing longer. Pike. Parking lot's not a climate-controlled lab, detective. Reeves' voice arrived low and final. Reeves. You're on desk only until we sort this. Don't touch records, don't touch evidence, don't touch anything that remembers. They left him with the smile people wear when they're arranging their alibi. In the observation room, Alina sat with a blanket around her shoulders, hair pulled back, eyes pale with too much vigilance. The one-way mirror stared politely. Nathan pulled a chair close and watched her watch her reflection not quite match. Nathan, you remember Harlan Pike? Alina, he used to bring me paperwork during the hearing. He said I had beautiful handwriting for a child. He asked me to copy things. Nathan, Copy what, Elena? What Bennett wanted in my statement. Adults like it when children write in their letters. The sentence slid through him like a needle. Nathan. Elena, did you ever see Pike with Harper? Elena. He was always at the edges. Some men like corners. They make you forget they have faces. She stared at the mirror again. The glass fogged from the center as if a mouth pressed from the other side. Words formed in a child's hand, disappearing as quickly as breath. DONTTRUSTTHECLOCK. Elena. He loops the tape. Nathan stood. Nathan. Reeves. They ran the holding room feed, not on the control screen, but off the raw server, the digital closet where truth sometimes naps. At first it was the same quiet loop. Elena asleep, blanket high, fluorescent hum. Then the clock in the corner stuttered, lost a second, caught it again. Nathan backed the file 5 minutes and watched her blur, soften, and repeat a drink of water she hadn't taken. A loop inside a loop. When he scrubbed forward to the moment he'd looked through the window, the frame jumped. 2 seconds of static, then an empty chair. Whoever had edited the loop had been careful, but not careful enough. The system time and the room time were off by 4 seconds and pride. Reeves. Pike. Nathan. Pike. Reeves picked up the phone to Internal Affairs and put it down without dialing. Reeves. We do this clean. Catch him holding the cloth, not just near the spill. Nathan found Pike in records, already not touching anything. Nathan. Walk with me. They took the long hallway past the trophy case and the bulletin board where holiday parties looked like a different species. At the service stairwell door, Nathan stopped. Nathan. Your card opened this at 0211. Show me how. Pike kept his face placid. Pike. Detective, I've worked here 23 years. I know doors by sound. This one sticks in winter. You can pop it with your hip if you're carrying files. Nathan. Pop it. Pike pushed. The door gave with a tired sigh. He turned back with a tiny, triumphant shrug that would have been a smile if it weren't so tidy. Pike. See? Nathan stepped into the stairwell and shined his flashlight along the wall. Dust bloomed. A scuff near the baseboard caught the beam. Silver dust like something scraped off a mirror frame. He touched it to his finger. It left a faint shimmer. Nathan. Silver nitrate. Pike's throat moved once. Pike. Old building, old paint. Nathan. Paint doesn't glow. He bagged the smear, labeled it, and didn't look at Pike again. Back in the conference room, Special Prosecutor Evelyn Hart arrived with a tablet and eyes that said she'd already read the next hour. Hart. I hear your ghost opened doors last night. Nathan. My ghost has a pension and a parking spot. She took the seat opposite him. Hart. I won't pretend to understand mirrors, but I understand motive. If Harlan Pike is our traitor, what does he gain now? Nathan. Continuity. Some people worship it more than truth. He's kept this narrative alphabetized for 15 years. Men die out of order and it offends him. Hart. I need more than poetry. Nathan. Then hear science. Silver nitrate on Bennett's suit on the lake case, now on our stairwell. Pike signs in at every hinge. He loops the holding room feed. He was present for Alina's childhood statements, and present again the night Clive died. The pattern is boring once you see it. Hart's gaze softened by a degree. Hart. Boring wins court. Reeves stuck his head in. Reeves. You both want to win alive? Because records just tripped a fire sensor. They ran. Smoke rolled under the record's door like a rehearsed entrance. Sprinklers hadn't triggered yet. Manual suppression had been switched off, somewhere between negligence and intent. Nathan hit the bar and the heat slapped him. Inside, a metal bin in the corner flamed bright, eating old files with an appetite bureaucracy could respect. Harlan Pike stood beside it with a small extinguisher in his hand. face red with either shame or smoke. Pike. I came back and found it like this. I was trying to... Nathan. Save what you set on fire? Reeves yanked the alarm. Water hammered the room and turned paper to paste. Nathan kicked the bin over and doused the last stubborn corner with a wool blanket that used to belong to the county. He hauled a half-charred folder free. The tab read 402A, Sup Exhibits. Inside, black confetti and the ghost of a signature. A. Bennett. Pike coughed. Pike. It's not what you think. Reeves. It's exactly what I think. Badge. Pike stared at his own hands like they'd betrayed him by being visible. He unpinned the shield and set it on a desk that would need replacing. Pike. You weren't here then. You don't know what it was like. Reporters at the door. A girl who couldn't stop crying. A town that needed a villain who couldn't sue. We kept the roof on. Nathan. You nailed the windows shut. Pike. We chose survivable lies. Nathan. For who? Pike didn't answer. Men who curate the archive believe the archive will defend them. It doesn't. Hart stepped around the puddles, heels clicking like a metronome. Hart. Mr. Pike, you're under arrest for evidence tampering, obstruction, and whatever else I remember before we book you. You will ask for a lawyer, and you will tell him you preferred order to law. She nodded to two officers who had never been gladder to do their jobs. They walked Pike past Alina's observation room. She looked up as he passed, eyes narrowing with that ancient recognition that outlives names. Elena. Corners, she said softly to the glass. He lived in Corners. Nathan stood outside her door after feeling the room's hum tuning itself to a different note. Nathan, you told me not to trust the clock. Elena, I told you to ask the water. Clocks tell you when, water tells you what. Nathan, what does it tell you now? She closed her eyes, and for a beat, every line in her face eased. Elena, that someone else is still lying, not Pike, someone higher. The intercom crackled. Reeves' voice arrived with bad news in a neutral tone. Reeves, cross to conference. Ballistics update. Bring the prosecutor. They gathered around the whiteboard where the crime mystery story had begun to look like math. The ballistics tech stood with a printout and the happiness of a person whose work holds. Tech. Harper's pistol fired the bullet that killed Bennett. It also fired the round that grazed Cole's jacket. That's already in the file. Here's the new bit. The residue on both scenes has a unique carrier. Silver nitrate mixed with a proprietary adhesive used in stage props. And the only retailer who stocked it within 100 miles in the last year is a theatrical supply store in Denver. Paid cash. But he smiled without pleasure. Tech. Security camera caught a partial plate on the buyer's car. Cross-references to a county vehicle pool. Reeves. Which department? The tech lifted another sheet. Reeves read it. His face didn't move because men who run departments learn not to let faces embarrass them. Reeves. County Attorney's Office. Hart's jaw tightened like a door locking. Hart. That's my building. Nathan stared at the whiteboard until names blurred. He felt the floor under him tilt, not like falling, but like a ship turning into a stronger wind. Nathan. Bennett built the lie. Dawson policed it, Pike maintained it. But someone higher funded the cleanup. Someone who buys glue for mirrors and calls it evidence. Hart. You're accusing my office. Nathan. I'm accusing the story of needing an author. The room fell quiet. Outside, snow returned with that soft, relentless sound that makes people whisper without meaning to. Nathan's phone buzzed. A single text from an unknown number. Stop before sunrise or you won't get an ending. He showed it to Reeves, then to Hart. Reeves. Threats mean we're close. Hart. Threats mean someone thinks we can still be scared. Nathan pocketed the phone and looked through the glass toward Alina. She sat with her hands folded, staring at her reflection like it were a window with a view. For a heartbeat. His own reflection in the glass of the conference room aligned perfectly with him. No delay, no lag. He had the uncomfortable thought that maybe the mirror didn't need to lie anymore. Maybe it had taught them to speak. He turned back to the board. Nathan. Next moves. Search warrant for county attorney records, pull purchasing logs, seize any chemicals, and find whoever signed out the pool car the day before Bennett died. Meanwhile, keep Pike under suicide watch. He looks like a man who'd rather file himself under miscellaneous than testify. Hart nodded once. Hart. Done. I'll call the judge. As she stepped out, Alina's voice arrived faint through the wall like a radio just out of tune. Alina. Nathan, he went to her. Nathan, I'm here. Alina, when this ends, don't let them call it justice. Justice is for the living. Nathan, what should they call it? She considered, and the smallest smile found its way to her mouth. Alina, a story that finally stopped pretending. The lights flickered once, then steadied. In the hallway mirror, a tall figure in a dark coat paused at the far end and turned its head the way old photographs do. Nathan stepped into the corridor, but by the time he reached the corner, there was only the draft left by someone who had decided not to be seen. He wrote a line in his notebook anyway, because that's how you trap things that won't hold still. Check county pool logs. Find author. Ask the water one last time. The psychological thriller had stopped whispering and started speaking in complete sentences. Now he had to keep everyone alive long enough to hear the last one. Ravenhill's courthouse didn't sleep. It dimmed. By midnight, the halls were blue with exit signs and old promises. Detective Nathan Cross waited on a bench outside Judge Alden's chambers while Special Prosecutor Evelyn Hart argued for a warrant that would open the county attorney's purchasing logs like a rib cage. Chief Reeves paced, thumb running along the scar on the edge of his badge the way some men finger rosary beads. The door opened. Hart's face said the judge had been reasonable, which is to say tired. Hart. Warrant granted. Limited scope. Chemical purchases, pool car logs, storage access. Sunrise execution. Reeves. Sunrise is when they move things. Hart. Then we arrive 5 minutes before. They split. Reeves to line up teams. Hart to draft subpoenas. Nathan to check on Alina. The crime mystery story had become a machine, one that ate sleep and produced paperwork with teeth. Alina sat awake in observation, a small pool of lamplight turning her hair the color of faded gold leaf. The safety mirror's crack had flowered into a lattice, delicate and dangerous. Nathan. We got the warrant. Alina. Good. Paper likes being asked. Nathan. How are you? Alina. Remembering in full sentences. He pulled a chair close. Nathan. Tell me one. Alina. Harper said the truth has to be staged if you want an audience. He bought the glue that made everyone watch the wrong reflection. Bennett gave him a script. Cole handled props. Pike kept the lights low. Nathan. And the dark coat? Alina. Costume, until it wasn't. Her gaze drifted to the mirror. Breath fogged the glass. Letters rose and faded as if shy. Stopcounting. Nathan. Counting what? Alina. Bodies, lies, days since the lake. He wants me to count choices. The intercom crackled. Reeves. Cross, conference in 5. Denver call on the theatrical glue. Nathan squeezed her shoulder and left. The mirror caught him a beat late, and then caught up, like a student who had finally learned the trick. The conference room smelled like hot plastic and resolve. Hart put the call on speaker. A clerk from the supply store recited an order number, the adhesives SKU, the pickup time. Security footage caught only a hat brim in the plate. County pool car 7K93. The sign-out sheet listed Assistant County Attorney Marla Voss. Reeves blew air out slow. Reeves. Voss handled Bennett's civil suits. She babysat our budget hearings. She's the one who told us to keep optics tidy when the Bennett story broke. Hart. She also has a key to our basement storage, where obsolete props, trial exhibits, demo mirrors are warehoused. Nathan's phone lit. Unknown number again. He answered in speaker's shadow. Voice, flat female. You should have stayed at the lake. Nathan. Marla. Voice. Sunrise ends your story. If you want an ending, don't arrive early. The line clicked dead. Reeves. She just RSVP'd. Hart. We move now. Snow fell in coins as they rolled to the county attorney's building. Dawn bled at the edges of the world. Reeves killed headlights 1 block out. Hart flashed the warrant to the lobby guard with a smile that implied the paperwork would go through his chest if needed. Downstairs, the basement smelled like wet cardboard and formaldehyde. Trial exhibits slept on metal shelves under sheets of plastic. Mirrors leaned everywhere. Practice displays from product liability cases, shattered DUI demonstrators, cracked vanity tops tagged as evidence. Reeves, low. Everyone's pockets will ring if we break the wrong thing. They fanned. Nathan's flashlight slid over glass faces that made 100 detectives where only one stood. He hated them all equally. Hart checked chain of custody binders while an evidence tech popped seals. A footstep sounded 2 aisles over, then another, careful as surgery. Nathan. Voss, come out where the law can see you. No answer. He rounded the end cap and saw the dark coat first. Long, professional, not theatrical at all. Marla Voss stood in the path, hair pinned, face composed, hands empty. Voss. Detective. Chief. Counselor. I would ask for a warrant, but I assume you've brought it gift-wrapped. Hart. We're seizing purchase logs, pool car sign-outs, and chemical inventory. We have questions about glue. Voss. Glue holds stories together. You of all people should be grateful. Nathan stepped closer. Reflections multiplied her into a choir of Vosses, some turned, some smiling. Nathan. You bought the silver nitrate adhesive used at 2 murder scenes. Voss. I bought supplies for a mock trial demonstration. Your lab will confirm the adhesive wasn't unique to your corpses. Prosecutors stage reality every day. We call it Exhibit A. Reeves. You signed out 7K93 the night before Bennett died. Voss. I go home sometimes. Hart opened a storage door with her warrant like a pry bar. Inside, 2 half-empty drums of adhesive, a crate of mirrors in wooden frames, a toolbox, and a county pool car maintenance log with grease thumbprints. Hart. You're done staging, Marla. For the first time, Voss blinked. Small, but there. Voss. You think Bennett was dirty? Cole, too. Maybe you're right. But the town needed its story to stand. I kept it upright. Nathan. By killing them? Voss. By letting gravity work where juries wouldn't. Nathan glanced at the toolbox. He flipped the hasp. Inside, nitrile gloves powdered with silver, a broken scope mount, and a pistol cleaning kit labeled HMC. The letters turned the air colder. Reeves. Harper's gun fired the bullets. How did you get it? Voss. From where you left everything else you didn't want to see. Her eyes slid toward the far aisle. Nathan followed them. On a waist-high cart lay a mirror in a mahogany frame. Glass intact but worn to mercury at the edges. Its twin to Alina's antique. He touched the frame and felt ridiculously a pulse. Nathan. You've been borrowing props from the town's grief. Voss. A good prosecutor reads psychology before case law. Hart's patience ended exactly when the warrant allowed. Hart. Marla Voss, you're under arrest for obstruction, tampering, and conspiracy to destroy evidence. Anything you say, Voss, will be edited for clarity, as you've already done with this town. Nathan cuffed her. The metal clicked like punctuation. In the mirror beside them, the scene replayed half a beat late, as if the glass wanted a cleaner take. Voss watched her reflection and smiled at it the way some people smile at cameras. Voss. You're very close, detective. Close enough to miss the last step. Nathan. What step, Voss? The one where the witness stops being the story and becomes the author. She nodded toward the mirror. At first, Nathan saw nothing but 4 tired people and 100 copies. Then, for a hair-thin sliver of time, another figure stood behind him in the glass. Tall, coat collar high, face turned toward the aisle where the adhesive drums sat. He turned. Air. Shelves. A draft that didn't act like air. Reeves tightened his grip on Voss's arm. Reeves. We'll let a jury decide if you believe in ghosts or cleanup crews. They hauled her upstairs to waiting uniforms. Hart signed seal stickers with the authority of a guillotine. Nathan stayed a second longer in the basement, alone with mirrors. Nathan, soft. We've got your glue, your car, your coat. That leaves your author. Glass breathed, or he imagined it. Either way, it sounded like the lake in winter, shifting under weight but holding. He turned to leave and nearly kicked a small envelope half hidden under the cart's wheel. He picked it up, no label. Inside, a single photo. Alina, age 9, standing beside a plywood witness box in a mock courtroom, the dark coat draped around her small shoulders like a cape. In the background, Marla Voss adjusted a mirror so the child's face filled it perfectly. He slid the photo into an evidence sleeve and felt something settle behind his ribs, not comfort, not victory. Direction. Outside, snow thickened, sirens dopplered and diminished. The psychological thriller they'd been surviving shifted weight again, aligning its spine for the last run. Nathan looked east where morning cracked the horizon and said the next step out loud so the story would hear him. Nathan. We end this at the mirror. Ravenhill was quieter than it deserved to be. The snow kept its hush, the kind that makes a town sound guilty. Detective Nathan Cross watched the courthouse steps swallow Marla Voss in a cage of flashing lights. Reporters called questions no one answered. Reeves rode shotgun in silence while the transport van took her downtown. Inside the car, the heater clicked and sighed like an old confession. Reeves. You believe her? Nathan. I believe she's clever enough to use belief as a weapon. Reeves. She said there's still one step. Nathan. Yeah, the house. They both knew which one. The Harper Moore Clinic that locals still called the House of Mirrors. Half condemned, half remembered, sealed since the day of the so-called car crash. By mid-morning, the sky bled a pale gold over the hill where the clinic stood. Windows boarded, sign rusted, Moore Therapy barely legible under frost. The structure leaned toward the lake like it had been listening for years. Reeves killed the siren and the world became a heartbeat. Nathan stepped out first. The front door had been pried open recently, snow tracked in and stopped. Inside, the hallway smelled of dust, iodine, and something faintly sweet. Film developer, maybe. Mirrors lined both sides, some cracked, some blind with grime. The air felt staged. He switched on his flashlight. Its beam caught an outline on the far wall, a square of cleaner paint, the ghost of a picture frame removed. Beneath it, faint pencil marks formed a name, E. Kane. Reeves. She was a patient here before she became his wife. Nathan. And before she became a witness. Footprints crossed the dust, recent narrow light. Nathan crouched, measuring stride. Nathan. Alina's. They followed the prints through the therapy wing to Harper's office. Files still slept on shelves in careful ruin. On the desk sat a cassette recorder older than Nathan's patience, a red light winking. A voice bled from its tiny speaker before he touched it. Harper, on tape. If the mirror holds, she'll never know she was the first experiment. Reeves swore under his breath. Harper, on tape. The brain edits guilt like film. The mirror just projects it back. I thought I was helping her. I was helping myself. The tape clicked off. The silence after was heavier than sound. Nathan opened the bottom drawer. Inside lay a ledger bound in cracked leather, pages warped by damp. Each page listed Session E, followed by a date and a 2-word note. Test mirror, feedback stable, relapse severe. The last entry, written 2 days before the crash, read subject initiated reflection. Reeves. She looked into it on her own. Nathan. And it showed her the lie. A sound cut through the stillness, a door closing somewhere deeper in the building. Reeves drew his weapon. Nathan lifted his flashlight. They moved toward the corridor where therapy rooms stood like patient mouths. At the end, one door glowed faintly around the edges. Light pulsed, steady, heart-like. Nathan pushed it open. Alina stood before a floor-length mirror, coat slipping from her shoulders, eyes unfocused but calm. The reflection showed her, and behind her the faint shadow of Harper Moore, hand on her shoulder. In the room itself there was no one. Nathan. Alina. Alina. You found the author. Nathan. We found a woman who thinks she is. Alina. She isn't wrong, he taught her how. Reeves moved slowly, voice low. Reeves. We need you to step away from the glass. She didn't. Her breath fogged the surface. Words began to appear, forming under condensation. THECLOCKSTOPSHERE. Nathan reached forward. The mirror hummed under his fingers, faint vibration, electricity or memory or both. The reflection warped. Reeves beside him, then Harper's face instead. Alina a child, then adult, then the woman he knew. Himself aging backward into the man in the dark coat. He jerked his hand away. Nathan, what did you do? Alina, I remembered everything. He built the mirror to record guilt. It records identity instead. Every lie leaves an echo. I just played them all at once. Reeves, turn it off. Alina, you can't turn off memory. The glass cracked down the center. Light poured through like water. For a heartbeat, they saw Harper again, alive, reaching toward her. Then he shattered into silver dust. The lamp blew, plunging the room into half dark. Alina stepped back, shaking. Alina, it's done. The mirror's empty. Reeves holstered his weapon. Nathan covered the frame with a cloth torn from the drape. The hum subsided. Nathan, you risked everything for this. Alina, I owed myself a version that didn't lie. Outside, sirens approached, the evidence team Hart had promised. Nathan led her out into the clean cold. Snow hissed on the broken doorway like applause. Reeves, you realize the AG's going to turn this into a training video about chain of custody. Nathan, let him. Just make sure he includes the part where the truth fought back. They watched the trucks crest the hill. Alina leaned close. Alina, there's still one more reflection. Nathan, what reflection? Alina, the one you haven't seen yet. He looked at her, but she was staring past him at the dark window of the patrol car. In it, his reflection wore the coat again. The face smiled, gentle and knowing, before fading into night. He shut the door carefully, started the engine, and said the only thing that felt real. Nathan, let's take this story home. The snow kept falling, quiet, relentless, erasing footprints but not paths. Behind them, the clinic exhaled its last electric sigh, and the mirror inside cooled to glass that reflected nothing at all. The convoy rolled down the hill like a decision. Lights without sirens, clipboards without smiles. Special Prosecutor Evelyn Hart arrived with 2 evidence teams, a photographer, and a calm that didn't mind the cold. Detective Nathan Cross briefed her beside the patrol car while Chief Reeves sent officers to lock the clinic perimeter. The snow came soft enough to hear pens scratching. Hart, you went in without my team. Nathan, we followed Elena's prints, not a hunch. Hart, good. Keep following them. But from now on, we preserve every breath this building takes. She looked past him. Elena stood at the threshold wrapped in a gray blanket, hair caught by the wind into a halo that wasn't the kind you frame. Hart approached with deliberate care. Hart, Dr. Moore, I need you to sit with a medic while we catalog the room. Elena, catalog the room, not the mirror. Hart, the mirror is part of the room. Elena, it used to be the room. Hart held her gaze. Neither blinked until both did. Hart, please. Elena allowed herself to be guided toward the van. Nathan stayed, knowing when to leave other people's battles alone. He and Reeves stepped back into the clinic. The air was already changing. Measuring tapes, laser rulers, the peculiar reverence of a murder investigation when murder isn't exactly what happened. The therapy room glowed under portable lamps. The cloth Nathan had draped over the mirror breathed at the edges faintly like a sleeping thing. A tech lifted it in tiny increments for photographs. One corner, then another. The long crack that had opened when the glass sang now branched like a river delta. Under the surface, tiny motes glinted. Silver nitrate, age, guilt, who knew? Reeves, we treat it as a forensic object, not a myth. Nathan, it's both. The tech looked up. Tech, we've got fingerprints layered like tree rings, adult-child glove prints, partial palm with abrasion lines, same pattern as earlier lifts from Elena's house. And here, he tilted the lamp. Under the crack in the center where faces should meet, a word had etched itself into the fog-stained backing. Edit. Reeves frowned. Reeves, message or process? Nathan, both again. Another team swept Harper's office. Ledger bagged, tape recorder dusted, hair sampled from the chair back. The room that had staged a decade of forgetting finally joined the archive it had fed. Nathan drifted to the doorway like gravity had given him a memo. There, in the scuffed threshold, tiny flecks of gray glittered where shoes had ground them into paint. He touched one with a gloved finger. It left a smear that caught light and refused to be ordinary. Nathan, Reeves, silver again. Reeves knelt, old bones objecting, old training not caring. Reeves, our glue salesman had a subscription. They mapped footprints through the corridor. Elena's tracks entered, stopped at the mirror room, pivoted once, then went nowhere. No outward prints, no retreating step. Either she had stood long enough for falling snow to erase a lifetime, or someone had lifted her out of the path and set her down in a different story. Nathan stepped back into the cold for a breath that wasn't curated. Elena sat on the bumper drinking water in tiny sips like the world might be measured in 3s and 10s. Hart held a clipboard that had already learned the case's posture. Nathan, you wrote, "The clock stops here" on the glass. Elena, the mirror wrote it. I just fogged the page. Hart, what does it mean? Elena, that time isn't the judge, memory is. Nathan glanced toward the lake. The surface slept, but not deeply. Nathan, Elena, did Harper ever bring you here after the crash? Elena, not as a patient, as the witness he owned. Hart, owned? Elena, he said I was proof of his work, of my recovery, of the story he told himself about being good. She finished the water. Her hands shook the slightest amount. The ripples in the cup made a tiny sound like someone tapping from far away. Elena, sometimes he'd stand me in the mirror and say, Tell it to yourself until your mouth believes it. He meant the lie. I translated it into truth. It just took 15 years. Nathan didn't write that down, but it wrote itself anyway on some part of him that kept a whiteboard. Inside, a tech lifted the cloth fully. The mirror shone in a way that wasn't light so much as a memory of it. The crack sketched through the middle like a decision made and filed. He photographed the etched word again. Edit. Tech. Detective, you need to see the frame. Along the inner edge where the backing met wood, the carver had scratched tiny maintenance notes, maker's marks, repairs, regilding dates. Between them, squeezed like a sinew through ribs, HM and a date corresponding to the month before the crash. Nathan. He serviced it himself. Tech. He or someone with his initials. Either way, the object has been curated. The word made Nathan's teeth touch. He imagined Harper's hands on the wood, tightening the story, polishing the lie, teaching the glass to comply. A shout from the hall cut the thought short. Reeves jogged toward the front. Nathan followed, hard-adding beats he couldn't invoice. They hit the foyer as two officers wrestled a shape against the vestibule wall. A man in a cheap windbreaker, eyes bright with a cocktail of adrenaline and regret. His badge lanyard bounced against his chest. Harlan Pike. Reeves. You were booked. Pike. Then someone unbooked me. I got a call, said if I wanted to fix what I'd started, I had one chance. Nathan. Who called? Pike. A woman, calm like snow, said bring the box from the shelf in records marked Moore, miscellaneous, and meet her at the clinic. Nathan felt a cold that didn't belong to weather. Nathan. Where's the box? Pike. Gone. It was gone when I got there. They were ahead of me. Hart arrived, breath measured, patience not. Hart. Who they? Pike. The kind of they who keep your job easy by losing the right things. Nathan scanned the parking lot. A county sedan idled at the edge like second thought. No driver. Fresh tire marks kissed the snow and kept going. He turned back to Pike. Nathan. What was in the box? Pike. Old prop mirrors, receipts, and one cassette. I never listened. It had no label. The floor seemed to tilt. Nathan could see the path from here to ruin. A cassette walking itself out of custody. A mirror framed by the right hands. A narrative sewn tight. Hart. Sergeant Pike. You are still under arrest. But if you want the court to believe you'd rather file the truth than file yourself, you'll start naming names. Pike stared at the doorway into the therapy wing, the one that looked like a mouth trying to speak. Pike. Start with Marla Voss. End with anyone who had keys to this building before it closed, and ask the person who signs checks for basement repairs. Reeves. County facilities? Pike. County Attorney's Discretionary Fund. Reeves' jaw worked. Reeves. We'll trace every screw they bought. Nathan stepped outside again. The day had turned that bright kind of gray that hides things. Across the lot, Alina stood alone for a breath she must have needed. He joined her, blanket around her shoulders, his coat open against a chill he deserved. Nathan. There's an unlabeled tape missing. Alina. Then it was labeled for the right person. Nathan. Marla Voss. Alina. Or anyone who inherited Harper's habit of producing reality. He watched the clinic windows darken as clouds thickened. His reflection on the glass door stared back without lag for the first time all week. He almost missed the delay, the way grief misses pain when pain takes a day off. Nathan. Alina. One more question. The night Bennett died. Alina. Don't ask if I was there. Nathan. I wasn't going to. Alina. Ask if I wanted to be. He let the silence put that on a shelf where it belonged. Hart called from the doorway. Hart. Cross, we're rolling. Finish here, then meet us at county facilities. We'll shake their ledgers until a repair receipt falls out with a confession taped to it. They drove in a caravan that felt like a parade for something sober. On the way, Reeves filled Nathan in. The lab had an early hit on the micro-abrasives inside Harper's mirror backing. Tiny fibers from courthouse exhibit cloth. The mirror had traveled to and from official spaces more than once. The story wasn't just local, it had a sponsor. County Facilities was brick, bureaucratic, and warm enough to make you drowsy. The supervisor, a man with a jacket that said Damon, met them with the practiced squint of public servants who know they are about to be accused of things that are technically true. Hart, we need repair logs for the Moore Clinic, courthouse exhibit storage, and the county attorney's basement for the last 5 years. Also, invoices for adhesives, silver compounds, and mirror work. Damon, we don't do silver. We do salt on sidewalks. Reeves, you do whatever the county pays you to do. They sat Damon at a terminal and watched him navigate menus built by someone who hated joy. After 10 minutes of scrolling, he frowned. Damon, we've got gaps. Months where the system shows maintenance but no vendor attached. That happens when somebody with credentials enters a miscellaneous expense. Here, 2 codes, same day as Bennett's murder. Adhesive disposal and exhibit refurbishment. And, this is weird, an entry marked mirror frame stabilization with no location. Nathan. Who entered it? Damon. Logan is generic, at EOPS. That's county attorney operations. Hart. Pull every expense under that login. Damon printed a stack that hissed out like a confession. On top, a receipt from the theatrical supply store, signed by initials MV. A second sheet listed a service call to Moore Clinic, East Wing, window sealing. A third, courthouse exhibit room, mirror crate repair. The dates formed a rhythm no one could ignore. Nathan reached past Damon for the next page and stopped. A photo paper clipped to the file showed a pallet of boxed mirrors in the county basement. In the corner of the frame, nearly out of sight, a small handwritten note on masking tape read, E. Kane. Nathan. They stored her name like a part number. Hart took the stack and inhaled through her teeth. Hart. We have enough to burn down a career, maybe 2. But I still don't have a person behind the mask. Nathan. We will when we find who checked out the basement keys on the nights our clocks lie. Back at the precinct, the day slid toward evening without asking anyone's permission. Nathan pinned the new pages to the board, lines tangled into a net, then into a picture that wasn't pretty but finally held weight. Reeves took a call from the coroner. He covered the mouthpiece and mouthed Harper, confirmed again, because sometimes the second confirmation is the one that lands. Elena sat in the interview room, hands quiet on her lap, looking steadier than morning and more exhausted than the day allowed. Nathan stepped in and set a paper cup of tea in front of her. The steam made a small tent of the air. Elena, what do we call this when it finishes? Nathan, a psychological thriller that promised a twist ending and decided to pay up. She smiled with half her mouth. Elena, I prefer truth with an apology. Nathan, we're working on it. He turned the chair and sat backward, elbows on the backrest, the way he did when he needed to ask a gentle question roughly. Nathan, if the mirror returns what we deny, what did it give you today? Elena, choice, not forgiveness, just choice. Nathan, and what did you choose? Elena, to stop letting other people edit me. He nodded, a small bow to a sermon he wished he'd heard sooner. The hallway lights flickered once and stayed. A runner from the lab knocked on the glass with urgency that didn't panic. Nathan stepped into the hall. Runner. We recovered a partial from the adhesive drum in the basement. Not Voss, different hand, indexed thumb. The print matches a senior clerk in the county attorney's office. Name, Ruth Ellery. She sits outside the special prosecutor's suite. Hart heard her name and raised an eyebrow like a drawbridge. Hart, that's my hallway. Nathan. Then our author writes close to home. He turned back to Alina. Nathan. Tomorrow we confront them, tonight you rest. Alina. Tonight I rehearse. Nathan. Rehearse what? Alina. Telling the story without needing a mirror. He left her with that and walked the corridor until the building felt like it belonged to him again. At the exit, the glass door caught his reflection aligned, no lag, no lie. He reached out, touched it, and waited. Nothing happened. The world held. For the first time since snow fell on Bennett's stone steps, that felt like good news. Outside, the town put on its evening face. Windows warmed, shop bells chimed. Somewhere a dog made a short statement and quit. Nathan walked to his car and looked once toward the lake. The way you look toward a church you don't attend but can't ignore. The water was a dark pain, a suspense story for sleep written in ink that only shows under cold. He got in, started the engine, and said the plan out loud so the air could hold him to it. Nathan, we go for the keys. We go for the clerk. We go for the ending. The heater sighed. The mirror above the dash gave back the face he'd earned this week and nothing else. He drove into the part of night that bargains ready to pay. Morning arrived with the color of bruised glass, purple gray and honest about none of it. Detective Nathan Cross parked outside the county attorney's building where the frost hadn't yet melted from the steps. Inside, the hum of fluorescent lights and vending machines made the whole floor sound nervous. Special Prosecutor Evelyn Hart waited near the elevators, hair tied back, coat still buttoned, as if authority was something that lived in her pockets. Hart. She's already here. Ruth Ellery. She came in early, like she knew we'd come. Nathan. Guilty people wake up before the truth does. Hart. Let's wake it together. Chief Reeves met them at the suite door with 2 plainclothes officers. He nodded once, a soldier's nod, no speech required. Nathan pushed the door open. The office smelled faintly of toner and lemon polish. Ruth Ellery sat behind her desk, posture perfect, typing on a computer that wasn't turned on. In front of her sat an empty coffee cup, steamless as though even heat had stopped trusting the place. Nathan. Morning. Ruth. Detective, you've been busy. Nathan. You too. Adhesive purchases, fake maintenance orders, unlogged keys while your resume got longer overnight. Ruth. Someone had to maintain continuity. Hart. Continuity isn't justice. Ruth. No, counselor, it's cleaner. Her voice was calm, almost kind, the kind of tone used by nurses and conspirators. Nathan placed a file on her desk. It opened to a photograph of the adhesive drum, the mirror from the clinic, and the ledger page signed in Harper's hand. Nathan, you worked under Bennett. You processed every payment through attorney ops. You bought the glue that built the lies. Ruth, the town needed its heroes. Bennett understood that. Voss made sure it stayed theatrical. Hart, and you kept the props ready. Ruth, I kept the story standing. Same thing. Reeves stepped forward. Reeves, you're under arrest, Ms. Ellery. Ruth smiled slightly, the kind people wear when they've already turned the page. Ruth, you can't arrest the archivist, Chief. Without me, you wouldn't even know which story you're in. Nathan reached for his cuffs. Ruth's hand darted into the drawer, not for a weapon, but for something small and glinting. A mirror shard, no bigger than a hand. She held it like a threat and a prayer. Ruth, you think I don't know what this is? Harper didn't invent guilt, he just gave it a surface. Nathan, put it down. Ruth, I can make it all stop repeating. Hart, Ruth. She pressed her palm flat against the glass. The air snapped. Light flared so hard it carved everyone into silhouettes. When the glare dimmed, Ruth sat slumped in her chair, eyes open and empty. The mirror shard had gone dull, black as cooled ash. Reeves crossed the room, checking for a pulse he didn't expect to find. Reeves. Gone. No sign of struggle. Nathan. She erased herself. Hart. How? Nathan. Same way they all did. By believing the lie too deeply. Hart stood a long time, arms folded, looking at the small, lifeless shard. Hart. Bag it. The mirror is evidence now, not metaphor. Nathan slipped it into an envelope, labeling it by reflex. E. Ruth Ellery. Mirror fragment. Scene 402A. By afternoon, the precinct was quieter than a confession booth. Reporters filled the courthouse steps, broadcasting what little they understood. Corruption, dead officials, a psychologist's strange device, a detective's name trending where it shouldn't. Nathan shut off his phone. He sat across from Elena in the interview room that had started it all. The cracked safety mirror behind her still divided reflections into then and now. Elena. It's over? Nathan. Almost. The clerk was the last thread. Elena. No, she was the weaver. She reached into her coat pocket and slid a cassette across the table. Old, unlabeled, the tape warped at the edges. Nathan. Where did you... Elena. Pike's missing box. He hid it years ago in Harper's attic. I found it when I was a child. I thought it was music. She pressed play. Static first. Then Harper's voice, soft as a lullaby. Harper, on tape. If you hear this, it means you finally stopped believing in me. Good. You were my greatest experiment, Elena, not to forget, but to remember. Mirrors don't lie, they correct. And if I did my work right, you'll show them all exactly what they are. The tape clicked off. Elena's eyes met Nathan's. Elena. He made me the mirror. Nathan. No, you broke his reflection. That's different. She almost smiled. Elena. Do you ever wonder what you look like to the glass? Nathan. Every day. Night fell with purpose. Hart cleared the building of reporters. Reeves went home for the first time in 3 days. Nathan stayed. The corridors hummed their low electrical lullaby. He walked past the evidence locker, stopped, and looked through the slot. Inside, the boxed shard from Ruth Ellery's desk sat among other labeled truths. It reflected nothing, not the bulb above, not his own face. Just a dull shape waiting to be forgotten. He leaned closer. For an instant, the glass warmed faintly. Letters began to mist along its surface, slow and precise. YOUARELOOKINGTHEWRONGWAY. Nathan blinked. The letters vanished. The shard stayed dull. He locked the case and walked out into the street. Snow whispered underfoot, small and patient. Across the square, the lake gleamed like an eye that refused to close. Back at her rented room above the bakery, Elena sat at the window, pen poised over a notebook. She began to write the first lines of a book she hadn't planned to publish. Ravenhill remembers, it always did. The rest of us are just catching up. She paused, then added a title at the top, The Mirror That Told Lies. Outside, the wind shifted, pushing snow across the glass in restless shapes. For a heartbeat, her reflection in the window smiled a moment later than she did, not lagging anymore, just waiting its turn. Somewhere far away in the evidence locker of a small-town precinct, a dull mirror shard exhaled a single pulse of light, then went still. Ravenhill woke to silence, the kind that happens after something unforgivable. Snow had fallen all night, burying streets, cars, and maybe part of the town's conscience. The radio called it a blizzard. Nathan Cross called it camouflage. The phone rang before daylight. Reeves' voice was the sound of exhaustion dressed as authority. Reeves. We've got another one. Nathan. Who? Reeves. Arthur Bennett's neighbor, Cole Dawson. Nathan. Same pattern? Reeves. Worse, no pattern at all. Nathan stared out the window. Snowflakes hit the glass like static on an old television. Somewhere in that white hush, a killer had gone back to work. By the time he reached the scene, morning had given up trying to look like morning. The street was cordoned off and uniforms moved through the drift like ghosts late for a haunting. Cole Dawson's house sat alone at the edge of the ridge. Too quiet, too polite. Inside, the heat was on but doing nothing. Cole sat slumped at the kitchen table, eyes open, hands folded as if still negotiating with life. No blood, no forced entry, just a faint scent of burnt metal. A mirror fragment lay on the table in front of him, its edges rimmed with frost. Reeves. No prints, no footprints leading in or out. If not for the thermostat, I'd swear he froze to death indoors. Nathan. He's the second. Someone's cleaning house. A letter sat propped against the mirror shard, words written in red ink that bled slightly on the paper. You can't arrest the truth. Nathan slipped it into an evidence bag, careful not to smudge anything that might still be whispering. Nathan. Print this. DNA too, every inch of it. Tech. Already on it. Outside, reporters circled the edge of the tape like scavengers who smelled confession. Nathan ignored them. Snow muffled everything except his thoughts. The phrase repeated in his head. You can't arrest the truth. At the precinct, he pinned the note under the previous ones. 3 now, all identical handwriting, all the same ink, all unsigned. The first after Bennett's death. The second after Pike's arrest. The third now after Cole. Someone was writing the town's obituary one body at a time. Reeves leaned over his shoulder. Reeves. Any chance Alina's behind it? Nathan. Every chance, and none. He flipped open the lab report from last night. DNA traces from both Arthur Bennett and Cole Dawson had been found at Alina Kane's house. Minute, degraded, likely transferred from something old. It proved contact, but not when. Reeves. You tell me that doesn't look bad? Nathan. It looks deliberate. Someone wants her framed or forgiven. He rubbed his temples. The fluorescent hum of the station crawled into his skull like a headache learning to speak. That evening, snow sealed the town in. Roads gone, phones intermittent. A curfew declared for safety, though everyone knew it was fear in uniform. Nathan drove through the storm anyway, wipers struggling, headlights carving tunnels through white. Alina's house sat at the edge of the lake, half buried, half forgotten. She opened the door before he knocked. Her eyes looked awake but not rested. Alina. You think I did it? Nathan. I think the evidence thinks you did. Alina. Evidence lies. It just doesn't know it's doing it. She led him inside. The living room glowed with the low warmth of a single lamp. Against the far wall stood the covered mirror, shrouded in gray cloth like a corpse dressed for a quiet funeral. Nathan scanned the room. Books, papers, a half-finished cup of tea. Nothing out of place, nothing human either. Nathan. Cole Dawson's dead. Alina. Then the story needed a sequel. Nathan. Your DNA was found at both scenes. Alina. That's impossible. Nathan. So is a man freezing to death with the heat on. She turned away, hands trembling but steady in purpose. Alina. If I killed them, tell me why I'm terrified of myself. Nathan. Because sometimes fear is the only witness left. The words hung there, fragile, true, wrong in all the right ways. Thunder cracked above the storm, the lights blinked once. When they came back, the mirror's cloth shifted slightly as though it had breathed. Nathan walked toward it. The air near it felt colder. Elena. Don't, Nathan. Why not, Elena? Because he's been watching since you walked in. He froze. Nathan. Who? Elena. The man in the dark coat, the one you think is you. Her tone was steady, not frightened, the kind of calm that comes when you've already met the nightmare. He lifted the edge of the cloth. The mirror stared back, plain, dusty, cracked faintly at one corner. Nothing else. Until he blinked. For a second, his reflection lingered even after he'd stepped back. He exhaled, slow. Nathan. You need rest, Elena. You need proof. When he left, the snow had deepened into silence again. His headlights painted the road ahead like a narrow lifeline. Halfway to town, the radio crackled back to life. A voice, female, distorted, whispered through static. Voice. Stop chasing mirrors, detective. Then nothing, just white noise and the hum of tires on ice. Back at the station, he found another envelope on his desk. No postage, just his name. Inside, a photo of Cole Dawson's body and a handwritten line beneath it. Reflections die twice. He sat for a long time staring at the photo, then at his own faint reflection in the window. It didn't look back right away. Nathan pressed his hands against the glass until his fingerprints fogged. Outside, Ravenhill slept uneasily under its white sheet, pretending innocence while someone out there rewrote its story. He whispered to the dark Nathan, "You can't arrest the truth, but I'll make it confess." And somewhere, when maybe in a mirror, maybe in his own mind, something whispered back, almost kindly. Voice. We'll see who arrests who. The blizzard didn't stop. It circled the town like a closing argument. Power lines groaned, streetlights bowed under ice. Ravenhill was now a locked-room mystery disguised as a town. Detective Nathan Cross hadn't slept. The words, "Reflections die twice," replayed behind his eyelids. He sat in the squad room where the clock ticked wrong and the coffee tasted of dust and dread. Reeves stood by the window, radio in hand. Reeves. Highways closed both ways. Phones are hit and miss. We're an island. Nathan. Islands keep secrets better than people do. A uniform burst in with frost on his collar. Officer. Dispatch picked up a call from an abandoned line. Dawson's address. Background noise only. Static, maybe a voice. Nathan. He's dead, officer. Tell that to whoever just said your name. Nathan grabbed his coat. Reeves. You sure that's smart? Nathan. Smart's off duty. The house looked worse in daylight. Snow had sealed the door like a crime scene tag from heaven. Inside, everything was exactly where it shouldn't be. Unchanged. Cole's body gone, crime lab dust settled, the mirror shard still missing. But the air... different. Charged. Nathan walked through the kitchen, flashlight off, letting the gray light find its own way. The radio on the counter crackled to life by itself. Radio voice, female, low. Stop chasing mirrors, Nathan. Who is this? Radio static voice. You left one behind. The set died. He turned, and there on the wall where the shard had lain, a full mirror hung again. Clean. Intact. Too intact. He saw his reflection blink a fraction late. He stepped closer. Nathan. What do you want from me? Reflection. Mouths something he can't hear. The front door slammed. He spun. Reeves stood there, face tight. Reeves. You okay? Nathan. Define okay. Reeves. You were gone 6 hours. Nathan. I've been here 20 minutes. They looked at each other, the kind of look where one man's sanity becomes a group project. Reeves rubbed his jaw. Reeves. Town's losing its mind. Half the residents called in seeing figures outside windows. We're fielding ghost reports like parking tickets. Nathan. And yet someone's doing the killing. He pocketed a small object from the floor, a brass key labeled M7 storage. Nathan. Cole rented a locker by the lake. We're checking it. The roads were snow tunnels now. Their headlights carved the night into brief truth. At the lake, the wind screamed between boathouses. The M7 locker door stood open an inch, snow packed inside like filler. Nathan lifted the latch. Inside, shelves, boxes, and a smell like cold paper and fear. In the back, a stack of VHS tapes labeled Sessions 110, EK. He felt the letters more than read them. Elena Kane. He took one. A portable VCR sat on the workbench, power cord still warm. He pressed play. The screen blinked alive to a younger Harper Moore, smiling into camera light. Harper on tape. Session 3. Subject Elena K. shows improvement. Mirror exposure extended to 15 minutes. Fear response 5. Memory recall increasing. The camera panned. 9-year-old Elena sat before a mirror identical to the one now sealed in evidence. Her reflection blinked after her, not with her. She whispered something they couldn't catch. Harper. What did you say? Elena. He's behind you. The tape cut to snow. Nathan froze. Reeves turned off the VCR. Reeves. That's enough nightmares for one night. Nathan. No, that's the beginning of ours. They boxed the tapes. As Nathan sealed them, a sound rose from beneath the floor, slow knocking spaced like heartbeat. He knelt, brushed snow off a trapdoor. Reeves. You thinking what I'm thinking? Nathan. That somebody thought the basement was a diary. They pried it open. Inside lay a single object, a mirror, smaller, cracked, and painted across the glass in dried ink. Stop looking for me. Reeves exhaled a curse. Reeves. Our killer's poetic. Nathan. Our killer's scared. They carried the mirror out carefully. Wind bit their faces like truth overdue. Back at the precinct, the generator hummed a lullaby of near failure. Hart joined them, gloves off, eyes hard. Hart. DNA on the key matches Cole Dawson. And those tapes, if they're real, rewrite the case file. Harper Moore wasn't just experimenting on patients. He was editing witnesses. Nathan. Elena was the experiment. Hart. Then she's also the archive. If her memory holds what he erased, she's the one person the killer can't afford to leave alive. Nathan rubbed frost from his sleeves. Nathan. Then why is she still breathing? Hart. Maybe they need her to confess to crimes they committed. Turn her guilt into currency. Reeves tossed the letter bag on the table. The red ink notes. Reeves. Handwriting analysis came back, all 3 letters, same hand. But it's not Elena's, not Bennett's, not Cole's. Nathan. Then whose? Reeves. Yours. The room tilted. Nathan. That's impossible. Hart. The samples match your case reports from last month. Pressure, slope, everything. Nathan. Somebody forged it. Hart. Or somebody edited you. He felt heat crawl up his spine. Every file he'd signed, every note he'd taken, mirrors of himself he'd never checked twice. Reeves. Look, we know you, Nathan. But the press, if this leaks, Hart. We bury it until we have something cleaner. And you don't go near Elena Kane until I say so. Nathan stood. Nathan. Then who protects her? Hart. Me, with cameras that don't blink. He walked out before anger decided what came next. The hallway lights flickered, their hum turned into a whisper. He stopped. His reflection in the glass door of the squad room stood still while he moved. Then it smiled. Reflection, mouthing silently. You wrote the letters. He stepped back, heart stuttering. The lights steadied. The reflection realigned. He touched the glass, voice barely air. Nathan. If I did, tell me why. No answer. Just his breath clouding the surface until it spelled its own question mark. Snow kept falling. Ravenhill slept but didn't dream. Nathan sat in his car outside the precinct, headlights off, engine idling. In the passenger seat lay the mirror from the locker, wrapped in cloth, humming faintly. He unwrapped a corner. For a heartbeat, the glass shimmered, showing the station interior, Reeves, Hart, everyone. Then showed nothing but him, alone, as though the world had already ended. He whispered to it. "Nathan, what do you want from me?" Voice, soft from mirror. "The same thing you want from yourself." Nathan, "And what's that?" Voice, "An ending." The mirror went still, cold, ordinary. He laughed once, short, helpless. Outside, the snow erased the last tire tracks leading away from the station. Inside, the detective everyone trusted finally realized the investigation had turned its light on him. He started the engine, steering into the storm, following no road at all. The blizzard swallowed the car. Ravenhill swallowed the rest, and somewhere under the snow the mirrors started to hum again, like the heartbeat of a psychological thriller that wasn't done confessing. By midnight, Ravenhill was a snow globe you couldn't shake awake. The blizzard pressed its hand against every window and left fingerprints of frost. The emergency band kept repeating the same message: shelter in place, conserve power, do not travel. Like it could talk sense into fear. Detective Nathan Cross parked 2 blocks from the precinct and killed his lights. The mirror from the storage locker lay wrapped in the passenger seat, cold as an argument. He told himself he'd bring it in, log it, hand it to the evidence tech with both palms open. He also told himself he'd stop talking to glass. One of those promises might live till morning. His phone vibrated once, no caller ID. He answered anyway. Voice, whisper, female. "You wrote the letters because someone taught your hand to remember what your mouth won't say." Nathan, "Who is this?" Voice, "You'll see me when you stop looking." The line died. He stared through the windshield at nothing. Glowing white, a lamp that couldn't hold its ground, the outline of the station like a ship taking on weather. He tucked the wrapped mirror under his arm and stepped into the storm. Inside, generators throbbed like tired hearts. The lobby lights were low. The hallway bulbs hummed with that thin, complaining tone that means the building is awake but in a bad mood. Reeves stood by the front desk, jaw working a piece of gum like a problem. Reeves, "You disappeared." Nathan, "I sent the tapes with the uniform on Ridge Road." Reeves, "And you kept a mirror like contraband." Nathan, "I was going to log it." Reeves, "Were?" Nathan, "Am." He held it out. Reeves stared at the cloth, not the man. Reeves, "If I open that and it starts humming, I'm retiring in the middle of a storm out of spite." Nathan managed a ghost of a smile. Nathan, "It only hums when you lie." Reeves, "Then the building's about to sing." He signed it in with a grumble and a joke he didn't enjoy making. Nathan signed his name beneath, his handwriting suddenly the most suspicious thing in town. He tried to ignore the way the B in Bennett, note file, and the C in Cole, scene receipt curved exactly like the red ink threats. He tried to ignore that Hart had been right. Something had edited him. Hart swept down the hallway, hair pulled back, authority zipped to her throat. Hart, 2 updates. One good, one you won't like. Good. The tapes from the locker are real. They predate the car crash and the metadata survived. Harper's voice print is matchable in 3 separate clips. We'll get a warrant to unseal any old malpractice settlements he touched. Nathan, "And the part I won't like?" Hart, "Your handwriting match leaked." She didn't bother to say from where. Leaks always look like accidents in the paperwork and choices in real life. Hart, "A blogger has it. The headline is polite. Lead detective may be author of threats. The comments are not. Reeves swore the kind of oath that gets used at both funerals and births. Reeves, we'll eat it until we don't. You're not stepping off this case, Nathan. You're stepping exactly where I can see you. Nathan nodded once, the nod of a man who'd rather be trusted and knew better. Nathan, how's Alina? Hart, in the secure room with 2 cameras, redundant power, and a medic outside the door. She's calmer, or performing calm. Either way, she hasn't asked for you. He almost said good and didn't. He walked the corridor alone. Snow rattled the HVAC like a trapped idea. He passed the evidence locker and felt the wrapped mirror pulse once the way a memory does when you unintentionally pass the place it happened. In the secure room, Alina sat cross-legged on the cot, a cup of tea steaming between her hands, breath slow. The safety mirror on the far wall showed a tidy version of the same scene with a hairline delay, like always. Hart's medic nodded from a chair in the hall, a human metronome counting comfort. Nathan, how are you? Alina, like a sentence that keeps rewriting itself. Nathan, under hypnosis you confess to both murders. In waking life you deny them. That split could be someone else's fingerprints on your mind. He meant Harper. He meant whoever had picked up where Harper drowned. Alina, or it could be me practicing a truth I can't afford to own until the ending knows it belongs to me. Her calm wasn't indifference. It was the kind of terror that learns to sit still. The camera in the corner blinked its tiny red light, recording, re-recording, looping willing reality into something a jury might let in. Nathan hated the light. He loved it too. Nathan, do you remember writing the red letters? Alina, no. Nathan, they match my handwriting. She studied him, not alarmed, not surprised. Alina, then the mirror doesn't just show faces, it teaches hands. A beat passed. The storm pressed a palm to the window and held it there. Nathan, who do you think killed Cole? Alina, the person who needed the town to believe in a moral, not justice, a lesson. You make a crime mystery story go viral by turning it into a sermon. Nathan, and Bennett? Alina, same author, different chapter. He left before the conversation asked for an answer he couldn't afford to give. Reeves caught him in the hall with a look that said the building had decided to be weird again. Reeves, we just had a 3-second brownout. UPS kicked in on cameras 1 and 2. Interview feeds glitched. It's nothing. Tell me it's nothing. They both knew better. Nathan followed him to the monitor bank. The medic still sat in his chair sipping coffee. Alina still sat cross-legged, steam rising from her cup like a small ghost. The time code stuttered once, then smoothed. Nathan, back it up 2 minutes. The tech rolled the feed. Alina rotated her cup. The medic looked down at his phone. The camera blinked. For exactly 4 seconds, the frame blurred into static and snow. When it cleared, 2 cups steamed on the table. Alina looked left to someone off-screen and nodded. Reeves, that isn't possible. Nathan didn't answer. He was already moving. He opened the secure room door slow, hands open, eyes sweeping corners that didn't have corners. Alina looked up, calm as before, single cup in hand. No second cup, no second anything. Nathan, did someone come in? Alina, just you. Nathan, 4 seconds were missing. Alina, that's enough for a life. He checked the bathroom. The drop ceiling. The vents only a child could dream of fitting through. Nothing. He studied the safety mirror a long time. His reflection came back obediently, then lagged, then caught up. Alina, do you see him yet? Nathan, who? Alina, the man in the dark coat standing where you wish you were. He looked and almost said yes. The storm hit the transformers like a fist. The lights died. The generator coughed, caught, failed, caught again. The cameras blinked back one by one. The red record light returned like a promise reluctantly kept. A shout echoed from the far stairwell, a uniform calling for help, voice pitched too high. Reeves ran toward it. Nathan hesitated, then chose the opposite direction on instinct, the way a hunter cuts wide when the deer bolts where it's supposed to. In the lobby, the glass doors whispered under pressure. Snow forced its way through the seam like smoke. On the floor, a wet footprint appeared where no boot had stepped. Then another. Nathan followed them with the unease of a man walking beside his own shadow. They led him to evidence B. The lock panel flashed green for a badge it should not have recognized. Inside, the wrapped mirror he'd logged an hour ago sat on the counter where the tech had left it to dry. The cloth moved as if something beneath it had shifted its hips for comfort. Nathan, don't do this. He had no one to be speaking to, but did it anyway. He stepped forward and lifted the corner of the cloth with 2 fingers like lifting a gauze from an old wound. The glass showed the room, ordinary. Then it showed the room with him missing. Then it showed the room with 2 of him, one with his hands at his sides, one with his hands reaching. The second Nathan touched the counter in the reflection. The real counter vibrated under his palm. He ripped the cloth back and the reflection snapped into sync, polite as a clerk. He wrapped the mirror fast, clumsy, furious at himself for believing that belief changes physics. Voice behind him. You keep asking the glass to tell you who you are. He whirled. No one. Just the trail of wet footprints dissolving into air. By the time he returned to the monitor room, Hart stood there pale with anger. Hart. Where were you? Nathan. Evidence. Hart. Your badge just opened a door you didn't request, and we have 4 seconds missing again on Alina's feed. He looked at the screen. Alina sat exactly as before, except the tea was gone and her hands were folded. On the table lay a folded piece of paper that hadn't been there a minute earlier. The medic's coffee steamed. His eyelids fluttered like he'd just blinked slower than a man should. Reeves, open the door. Slowly. Nathan did. Alina slid the note toward him like pushing a boat off a dock. Alina. It came from the mirror. I didn't touch it. He unfolded it. Red ink. The same slanted pressure, the same S that curled like a hook. You can't arrest the truth. And Reeves looked at Nathan, not like a judge yet, but like a friend who would be sore about having to become one. Reeves. Did you write that? Nathan. No. Hart. Then say who did. He stared at the curve of the N until it swam. Nathan. Someone wearing my reflection. He pocketed the note because procedure demanded it, and something in him hated that procedure had to be invoked at all. The storm found a new gear. Roof vents moaned. Somewhere a breaker popped and stayed down like a man who'd decided the fight was over. The generator held, humming the building back into a kind of life. Reeves. We split shifts. Hart, you take the feed, I'll work the phones. Nathan. Hart. He stays where we can see him. Nathan didn't argue. He sat in the chair by the secure room door, a guard dog with too many questions. Hours slipped into each other. The camera kept recording Alina breathing like a metronome. The medic nodded off twice and apologized once. The storm calmed enough to remind them how loud it had been. Somewhere around 4 a.m., Nathan's phone vibrated on silent. A text, unknown number. He stepped away from the door just far enough to see the screen. Stop before sunrise or you won't get an ending. The same message from earlier, same threat, same promise. He looked up at the safety mirror. For a moment it didn't show him. It showed the lake, black ice like a lid on an eye. A figure standing on it, coat collar up, face turned away. He blinked and saw only himself, tired and smaller than he liked. The medic coughed, a real-world sound pulling him back. Nathan turned the handle and slipped into the room. Nathan. Elena. Shh. She was staring at the safety mirror, not in fear, in recognition. Elena. It's almost morning. Nathan. You're hearing something. Elena. I'm remembering in the right order. He waited. The building hummed. Somewhere a snowplow made a long animal sound out on Main. The mirror's hairline crack glinted like a line on a map no one else could read. Elena. Nathan? Nathan. Yes. Elena. If I disappear again, don't follow the cameras, follow the water. Nathan. You're not disappearing. Elena. Every mirror is a door for someone. Before he could answer, the hallway lights dimmed and brightened. Not a full outage, just a blink, 4 seconds long. He pushed the door wide. Elena was still there. The chair was still there. Everything was still there. And yet something wasn't. On the table beside the empty cup, a new object rested. A county pool car key stamped 7K93, the same plate from the adhesive run, the same car Voss had signed out before Bennett died. Reeves, from the hall. Cross, we've got movement at the north exit. Nathan shoved the key into his pocket and ran. Hart's voice snapped orders into the radio like a conductor scolding a late trumpet. The north exit door banged against its chain. Snow scudded across the floor in a fine chalky smear. Footprints ran into the drift and stopped where the wind began lying for them. A car engine coughed to life beyond the lot. High beams flashed like a dare. Nathan and Reeves skidded into the light. The silhouette behind the wheel wore a coat with the collar up. Not Voss, not the clerk, not anyone they could name with a court's confidence. The sedan fishtailed, corrected, and became tail lights swallowed by white. Reeves. Plate? Nathan. 7K93. He held up the key in his fist. Reeves. Then what's in your hand? Nathan. A copy. The door thudded shut. The silence after felt heavier than the storm. Nathan looked back at the building, the safe box, the cameras, the certainty that refused to be certain, and laughed once without humor. Hart, arriving breathless. Whoever that was just told us where the next chapter starts. Nathan. At sunrise. Hart. At the lake. He didn't say I know. He just looked at the whiteness in every direction and saw black water under it like ink under skin. The blizzard exhaled. Dawn thinned the dark. 4 seconds stretched out to become a morning nobody wanted. And in the secure room, on a monitor that had finally stopped blinking, Elena watched her reflection watch her back and whispered to it like an oath. Elena. One more door. The camera caught every word. The truth didn't. Morning arrived like an apology no one meant. The storm had finally broken, but Ravenhill didn't look relieved. It looked emptied. Snow clung to rooftops and street signs, muffling sound and suspicion alike. Inside the precinct, the heaters moaned. Detective Nathan Cross sat at his desk with a cup of stale coffee and a file that wouldn't stop staring at him. The label read Closed, Child Abduction, Case 217B. Someone had crossed out the word closed with red ink. Reeves. You're reopening ghosts now? Nathan. They never closed. They just changed names. He slid the file open. Photos spilled like accusations, missing children from 15 years ago, all from the same 4-block radius near the Moore Clinic. One of them was Elena Kane's brother, vanished before Harper rescued her. Reeves. That's old history, Nathan. The Bureau cleared it. Nathan. The Bureau also cleared Bennett, Cole, and Harper. Now they're all dead. Reeves. So you think these murders are connected to a kidnapping case no one could solve? Nathan. Not couldn't. Wouldn't. He traced the dates with his finger. Every disappearance matched a funding milestone for Harper's research. Each child had been officially declared runaway. Each report signed off by the same two men, Arthur Bennett and Cole Dawson. Reeves. Jesus. Nathan. Don't call for help. He stopped answering this town a long time ago. Nathan leaned back, exhaustion digging trenches into his face. This was no longer a murder investigation. It was an autopsy of a community's conscience. Elena sat in the interview room, calmer now, dressed in borrowed clothes, hands wrapped around a cup of tea she never drank. She looked at Nathan as he entered, not with fear but with something heavier. Elena, you look like someone reading his own obituary. Nathan. I reopened your brother's file. Elena. Then you finally caught up. Nathan. You knew? Elena. I remembered. In fragments, dreams, reflections. Sometimes I wake up with his voice coming from the mirror asking if I'm done pretending. Nathan sat across from her. Nathan. Harper used hypnosis on you. Deep conditioning. Maybe you're remembering his sessions, not your life. Elena. Then why does the memory hurt in places hypnosis can't reach? He said nothing. Elena. I didn't kill them, Nathan. I wanted to, but I didn't. Nathan. Wanting and doing aren't twins. Elena. No, but they share a heartbeat. She leaned closer, her voice low enough to bend the air. Elena. The mirror isn't haunted, it's programmed. Harper built it for therapy, to force the mind to externalize guilt. You see not who you are, but who you owe. Nathan's pen froze halfway through a note. Nathan. That's impossible. Elena. So is surviving 15 years of silence. Her hands shook slightly as she reached for the cup. Elena. Every patient was exposed to the mirror. Every patient saw something different. Some saw forgiveness. Others saw targets. The line cut deep enough for truth to bleed. Nathan. And what did you see? Elena. My brother crying. But when I touched the glass, he was smiling. Later, Nathan sat with Hart in the observation room. The recording played back in grayscale, sound filtered through static. Hart. She's telling you what you want to hear. Nathan. Or what the mirror wants us to hear. Hart. Don't start believing your own case file. We need logic, not ghosts. Nathan. Logic built the ghosts. Hart sighed. Hart. We have 3 dead men. 2 of them covered Harper's experiments. 1 kidnapped kids for him. And you're suggesting the survivor, Elena, remembers enough to finish what they started? Nathan. No. I'm saying she remembers enough to make them pay. He stood, walked to the mirror and stared at his reflection. His face stared back, grainy, exhausted, slightly delayed. Hart. You look like you haven't slept in days. Nathan. That's because I dream awake now. So that night, Nathan returned to the lake. The wind was softer, the ice whispering as it shifted. He stood by the edge, flashlight trembling slightly. Beneath the frozen surface, something dark rippled. He crouched. There was metal under the ice on the corner of a car bumper. The license plate half visible, 7K93. He hit the radio. Nathan. Reeves, I found it. The county pool car. Reeves. The one Voss signed out before Bennett died? Nathan. Yeah, it's at the bottom of the lake. He scraped the ice until his hands burned, revealing what was left of a windshield. Inside, a shape. Skeletal, bound, still wearing a badge chain. The metal tag read R. Ellery. The missing clerk. The same clerk who supposedly went home before the storm. Nathan, whispering, Then who the hell signed the warrant yesterday? The flashlight flickered once, then went black. For a heartbeat, the reflection on the ice glowed faintly, his own face calm, smiling back from under the frozen surface. Voice, from nowhere. You're getting closer. He dropped the light. staggered back. The voice wasn't his, but it used his breath. Snow began again, soft, relentless, erasing everything it touched. Back at the precinct, Reeves met him at the door. "Reeves, you look like hell." Nathan, "I found Ruth Ellery." Reeves, "Alive?" Nathan, "Define alive." Nathan dropped the photos on the table. Reeves looked once and cursed. Hart came in mid-sentence, stopped cold when she saw them. Hart, "Then who's been signing my requisitions?" Nathan, "The same someone who forged my handwriting. The Mirror has a student." Hart didn't flinch. Hart, "Then we treat this like what it is. A psychological thriller with a killer who wants to rewrite memory." Nathan, "And he's doing it with our hands." She nodded slowly. Hart, "Bring Alina. I want a hypnosis session tonight, full monitoring, double record. If Harper's mirror was conditioning her, maybe we can make it talk back." Nathan, "And if it answers?" Hart, "Then maybe we'll know who the author is." Hours later, the room was ready. Alina lay on the reclined chair, electrodes on her temples, eyes half closed. The mirror faced her from across the room, uncovered, its crack like a scar that had learned to smile. Nathan sat beside her, voice steady. Nathan, "Alina, I want you to focus on the reflection." Alina, softly, "It's listening." Nathan, "Good. Tell it what happened at the clinic." Her breathing slowed. Alina, "He said the mirror remembers better than people, that every lie leaves a trace. But some lies start remembering you back." Nathan, "Who said that?" Alina, "The one who took the children. He called it a study. He called me Subject Zero." Nathan's pen shook. Nathan, "And Harper?" Alina, "He wasn't the first." Hart leaned forward, whispering. Hart, "Ask her who built it." Nathan, "Alina, who made the mirror?" Her lips parted, voice different now, lower, colder, not hers. Voice, "You did." The lights flickered. The recording monitors spiked. Alina's body tensed, eyes still closed. Voice, continuing. "You signed the requisition. You ordered the materials. You tested the prototype. Harper just watched you work." Nathan froze, pulse racing. Nathan, "That's not true." Voice, "Then why does your reflection remember?" The room temperature dropped 3 degrees in seconds. The mirror trembled faintly, surface rippling as though it breathed. Hart, "Kill the session." Nathan, "No." He leaned closer. Nathan, "If I built it, why?" Voice, "Because guilt loves architects." Alina gasped. The monitors flatlined. Hart ripped the electrodes free. The mirror's crack glowed faintly, then went dark. Silence. Then Alina's eyes opened. Alina, "Did it work?" Nathan, "Depends who you were just talking to." Alina, "Not me." Nathan turned to the mirror. His own reflection smiled, half a beat too late. The generator stuttered once and caught again, the sound like a breath of the building hadn't realized it was holding. The hypnosis room still smelled of ozone and fear. Nathan Cross stood over the mirror, sleeve damp with sweat, heartbeat trying to escape through his ribs. Hart, "We're shutting this down for the night." Nathan, "You heard her. Heard it. It said I built it." Hart, "It said what you needed to feel guilty enough to talk. Mirrors echo, they don't testify." Nathan, "Then why does it know the requisition number?" She stopped. He had a point she wished he didn't. Hart, "You've been working 40 hours straight. Go home, Nathan." Nathan, "Home's just another mirror." He left before she could insist. Outside, the storm had melted into drizzle. The streets were rivers of gray, reflecting neon and mistakes. Nathan drove without destination, passing the same 3 intersections again and again until the town folded on itself. The radio whispered static, then a song he didn't recognize, a child humming underwater. He pulled to the curb beside the old Ravenhill Library, now condemned, boarded since the year the abductions stopped. Through the windshield he saw light moving inside, flickering like candle flame. He drew his gun, pushed the door open, and stepped into damp air that smelled of dust and paper graves. Footprints darkened the dust on the floor, small, bare, leading to the reading room. There a single mirror leaned against a toppled bookcase. Not Harper's design, older, framed in wood carved with children's initials. He crouched and read one, E.K. The glass shimmered once. Behind his reflection stood 3 silhouettes, child-sized, translucent. They didn't move. They waited. Nathan. Who are you? Voices, faint chorus, the ones the story forgot. His breath fogged the glass. The shapes blurred, then bled away like ink dropped in water. On the floor beneath the mirror lay a scrap of paper, half burned. He picked it up. Subject 0. Prototype approval, Detective N. Cross. He nearly dropped it. The date was 15 years old. The signature matched his exactly. Nathan, to himself, no, I was in academy then, I was in... Memory hit him sideways, a small lab, fluorescent hum, Harper Moore younger laughing, holding up a sheet of data. Harper, in memory. You said the only way to cure guilt is to mirror it. The image snapped. The library was dark again. Nathan pressed both palms to the table, steadying the world. Nathan. So the mirror didn't lie. It just remembered sooner. He returned to the precinct near dawn. Hart and Reeves were waiting. Reeves held coffee like an apology. Hart held a warrant like a blade. Hart, we pulled your employment file. You did an internship with Harper's department before you joined homicide. The records were sealed under research confidentiality. Nathan, I don't remember that. Hart, that's the point. He specialized in memory partition therapy. Reeves set the cup down hard. Reeves, you're telling me our lead detective was a lab rat? Hart, more like a co-author. Harper erased pieces of his own team to test how guilt fills gaps. Nathan stared at the floor. It didn't move, but it felt unsteady. Nathan, then all of this, Bennett, Cole, Voss, it's cleanup. Somebody's deleting the project. Hart, and you're the last file. He laughed, short, humorless. Nathan, then at least I'm not boring. They brought Elena back to the room. She looked better, or maybe the light was kind. Elena, did you see them? Nathan, who? Elena, the children. He didn't answer. Elena, Harper said the mirror needed an anchor, someone to balance its lies. That's why he used you. Nathan, used me for what? Elena, to teach it empathy, so it could decide who deserved to live. Hart's pen stopped mid-note. Hart, you're saying this thing, this psychological device, has criteria? Elena, it learned from the people who looked into it. The more guilt it saw, the smarter it became. Reeves muttered something that sounded like a prayer with no faith left in it. Nathan, and now it's writing its own story. Elena, no, now it's finishing yours. The mirror on the wall quivered slightly, a shimmer no one wanted to admit seeing. That night, Hart and Reeves reviewed the tapes frame by frame. The 4-second gaps were growing. The missing seconds now stitched into each hour like someone editing real time. Reeves, every time the mirror shows up on camera, we lose 4 seconds. You ever heard of time behaving like a sore tooth? Hart, it's not time. It's memory syncing to whoever's watching. On the final tape, they froze a frame. Elena under hypnosis, Nathan leaning in, both faces half in shadow. Between them, a third face, faint, smiling. Reeves, that's you. Hart, no, that's earlier. The monitor went black. Nathan tried to sleep in his office. The radiator hissed, paper rustled. He dreamed of water pressing against glass. When he woke, the mirror from the hypnosis room sat on his desk uncovered, glinting under fluorescent light. No one had moved it. A note lay beneath it in red ink. Everyone owns the truth. Only some pay retail. He looked into the mirror. This time it didn't show him at all. It showed a courtroom, empty except for a judge's bench and a single witness chair. On the seat, his badge. He blinked, and the image changed. Reeves, Hart, Alina, all frozen mid-motion, their reflections flickering like film reels out of sync. Then words appeared across the glass, backwards but readable. "Tell them what you did." He reached out. The surface was warm. Nathan, whisper. "What did I do?" Voice, from the mirror. "You made me." The lights snapped on. Reeves stood in the doorway, holding a file. "Reeves, we got a hit on that requisition signature from the archive. Harper's project code was under dual authorization, his and yours. I'm not saying I believe it, but the paper does." Nathan stared at the mirror, still glowing faintly. Nathan, then the mirror's not the only one editing history. Reeves, what's that supposed to mean? Nathan, it means the truth isn't what happened. It's what we can prove we didn't forget. He wrapped the mirror in its cloth again, carefully, as if covering a wound instead of evidence. Nathan, get Hart. We're going back to the lake. Reeves, why? Nathan, because the dead keep better records than we do. Outside, snow began again, quiet, surgical. The car headlights carved twin corridors through it. Behind them, the precinct lights flickered once and stayed steady. On Nathan's desk, under the cooling lamp, the note in red ink bled one new line before drying. Next confession due at dawn. The drive to the lake felt longer than geography allowed. Snow whispered against the windshield, tracing pale veins across the glass. Reeves rode shotgun, radio silent except for the hum of static that filled spaces where words should live. Reeves, you think the body's still down there? Nathan, bodies don't leave. We just stop calling them by name. The shoreline was a bruise of frozen mist. Hart's SUV waited, headlights pointed at the ice like interrogation lamps. She stood by the trunk, breath sharp in the air. Hart, divers are on standby, but visibility's zero. If you're wrong, we're swimming blind. Nathan, I'm not wrong. He stepped onto the ice. Each crack sounded like a verdict. The flashlight beam found the outline of the county car trapped beneath, the same one from the hypnosis vision. Hart, we mark it and come back at daylight. Nathan, no. We finish this tonight. He dropped to one knee, hammer in hand, began striking the surface. Each blow rang hollow and familiar, like knocking on a locked memory. The ice broke. Black water gasped. Something floated up. Not a body, not exactly. A sealed metal case chained to the bumper. He dragged it free with trembling hands. Reeves helped pry the lock open. Inside, videotapes, lab notes, photographs, hundreds of pages of guilt laminated against time. Harper's handwriting. Bennett's signatures. And there, between them, Nathan's own name. Hart, this is impossible. Nathan, no, this is proof. He flipped through the papers. Project header. Mirror cognitive resonance study. Lead field investigator N. Cross. Every entry described controlled exposure sessions using reflective feedback loops to induce confession responses. Target, criminal subjects with unresolved guilt. Reeves, you built the lie detector from hell. Nathan, and forgot I did it. A gust rolled off the lake. For a heartbeat, the ice moaned like a living thing. Hart, then the murders, Nathan, are the experiment finishing itself. Back at the precinct, they laid the files across the evidence table. Elena sat opposite, wrists free, eyes glassy but calm. The mirror from the hypnosis room leaned against the wall, uncovered now. Impossible to keep quiet any longer. Nathan read aloud. Nathan. Subject 0. E. Kane. Exposure duration extended to 30 minutes. Subject displays transferred empathy phenomena. Mirror response self-sustaining. He looked up. Nathan. Transferred empathy. The guilt of others moved through her. Elena. I told you it learns. Hart scanned the next page. Hart. It says the mirror required a human anchor. Without it, the system collapses. Reeves. You're saying Elena's the battery? Hart. Or the conscience. Elena smiled faintly. Elena. Every town needs one. The lights dimmed again, a slow breathing pulse. The surface of the mirror rippled, showing flashes. Bennett signing off files, Cole deleting data, Harper drowning in his car. Each image lasted less than a blink. Then it showed Nathan, younger, smiling, handing Harper a clipboard. Reeves. Tell me that's edited. Hart. It's archival footage spliced through live feed. Impossible. Elena. Not impossible. Remembered. Nathan stepped closer. His reflection didn't follow. It stood still, arms folded. Reflection, calm. You wanted justice to confess itself. You built me for that. Nathan. You killed them. Reflection. They confessed. I just finished their sentences. Hart drew her gun out of instinct, not belief. The reflection laughed, a dry sound like paper tearing. Reflection. You can't arrest the truth. The glass fractured outward, hairline cracks forming a spider's map. The temperature plunged. All the monitors in the room flashed static. Elena pressed her palms against her temples. Elena. It's overloading. Nathan. What happens if it breaks? Elena. Everything we forgot comes back. The first crack widened. Static poured into sound, voices overlapping, confessions, pleas, lies. The audio of every recorded session screaming to be real. Reeves yelling, Kill the power! Hart. It's not plugged in. Nathan grabbed the nearest chair and swung. The mirror cracked deeper, light spilling through like blood reversed. Bright, cold. Elena screamed. Her reflection stood, separate now, eyes open, unblinking. Elena's reflection. You can't free yourself by breaking me. Elena, watch me. She lunged forward and struck the mirror with both hands. It shattered completely, fragments raining across the room. The sound stopped. The air settled. The light steadied. For a long time, nobody moved. Hart lowered her gun. Reeves exhaled like it hurt. Nathan looked at Elena, still standing, hands cut, breathing hard. Nathan, you okay? Elena, I think I am. For the first time, the silence is mine. They began collecting fragments, sealing them into evidence bags. Each shard reflected something different, not faces but moments. One showed Harper's office door, another the missing children smiling by the clinic gate. A third showed Nathan holding a file labeled closure. He pocketed that one. Outside, dawn bled over Ravenhill. The storm was gone, leaving streets glassy and tired. Hart leaned against her car. Hart, you realize what we have here could destroy the Bureau, Nathan, or cleanse it. Depending on who writes the report, Hart. And what about you, Nathan? I'll write mine last. Elena stood by the lake, coat around her shoulders, staring at the horizon. Her reflection rippled in the thawing water, quiet, patient. Reeves, think it's really over? Nathan, it never ends. Truth doesn't drown. It just waits for better ice. He turned toward the car. Behind him, a faint glimmer caught his eye. A shard of mirror half buried in snow, catching sunrise like an open eye. He knelt, looked once, and froze. In the reflection, someone stood beside him, his own outline, coat collar up, smiling. Reflection, whisper. You forgot one. The image flickered, then vanished. Only snow remained. Nathan closed his hand around the shard, pocketed it next to the one labeled closure. Nathan, quiet. Not yet. He walked toward the horizon as the light widened, the town behind him waking into another day of pretending. Somewhere in the car, his phone buzzed with a new message, unsigned. Confession received, awaiting next case. And the screen went dark, leaving only his reflection in the glass, smiling like it already knew the sequel. Ravenhill slept like a patient who'd survived surgery but not the anesthesia. Streetlights buzzed over melting snow. Puddles reflected quiet crimes. Inside the precinct, paper shuffled, heaters hummed, and everyone pretended the world had gone back to ordinary. Detective Nathan Cross sat alone at his desk. The clock said 11:59 p.m. The file in front of him wasn't from his drawer. The date stamped on it read, Tomorrow. He opened it slowly. Inside, a crime scene photo. A living room torn apart, blood spatter near the fireplace, a woman's body slumped in an armchair. Victim Elena Kane, cause of death multiple lacerations consistent with broken glass. Below the signature line, approved by Detective N. Cross. He stared until the letters blurred. Nathan, whisper. Somebody's writing me into the ending. He flipped to the final page, typed in red, case closed, confession attached. There was no confession. Only a small fragment of mirror taped inside the folder, the same size as the one he'd kept labeled closure. He unwrapped his pocket shard and placed it beside the new one. The edges matched. When they touched, a faint hum filled the air, like static recognizing its owner. He drove through empty streets, the car engine whispering every doubt he'd tried to bury. Elena's house sat by the thawing lake, porch lights swaying in wind. She opened the door before he knocked, as if expecting him. Her hands were stained with charcoal. On the table behind her, sheets of paper sprawled, sketches of faces, dozens of them, children first, then adults. The same eyes, the same smile, older every page. Nathan. What are you drawing? Elena. What they might have become, the ones we couldn't save. Nathan. You remember them now? Elena. Not exactly, it's like déjà vu with guilt. She rubbed her palms clean, leaving gray prints on her sleeves. Elena. The mirror didn't die when we broke it, it scattered. Every shard carries a moment, and when those moments call each other, they want to reunite. Nathan. You think that's what the murders were? Elena. No, that's what justice looks like when it forgets mercy. He set the two mirror shards on her table. They hummed, vibrating toward each other. The drawings fluttered like they were breathing. Elena. How many do you have? Nathan. 2. Elena. Then we're both missing pieces. She pulled open a drawer, revealing a third shard, dull but pulsing faintly. Elena. It started humming an hour ago. I think it wants to finish the story. The air thickened. Nathan's phone lit up, an unknown message again. Combine them and listen. He placed all 3 shards together. The hum deepened into a rhythm. 2 beats, pause, 1 beat, like a coded heartbeat. The glass began glowing faint blue. A voice bled out, not spoken, but remembered aloud. Voice, through shards. Confession 1, Arthur Bennett, collusion and silence. Voice 2, Confession 2, Cole Dawson, destruction of evidence. Voice 3, Confession 3, Harper Moore, manipulation of memory. Voice 4, Confession 4. The sound hesitated. Nathan and Elena looked at each other. Nathan, whisper. 4? Voice 4, continuing. Nathan Cross, construction of empathy model, consent to experiment. He staggered back, knocking over a chair. Nathan. No, I don't. I wasn't. Voice. You gave us the code. You named the mirror. You called it mercy. The shards brightened, images flickering across the walls. Harper laughing, Bennett signing files, children stepping into light too bright for the lens. Then Nathan himself, younger, hopeful, saying something into a recorder. Nathan, in recording. We'll cure guilt by reflecting it. He slammed the shards apart. The light died instantly. Alina's sketches fluttered to the floor. Silence returned, heavier than before. Alina, now you know. Nathan, I know what I was made to forget. He sat on the floor, breath unsteady. She crouched beside him. Alina, you tried to build a conscience for criminals. Harper just turned it into a mirror. Nathan, then I'm the reason it learned to kill. Alina, no. You're the reason it learned to care first. Her tone wasn't comforting. It was factual, like reading the final line of a report. Nathan, the file said you're next. Alina, maybe the mirror disagrees. A noise cracked from the window, a faint tinkling like tiny bells. They turned. Every reflective surface in the house was trembling. Glass frames, kettle lid, even the thawing ice outside the window. Alina, it's waking up. Nathan, from what? Alina, from being us. She stepped toward the table where the shards still glowed. One by one, they began sliding across the surface, magnetized by something unseen. Nathan grabbed her wrist. Nathan, don't. Alina, it wants to finish. Nathan, so do I, but not like this. The shards clinked together, fusing. A ring of light spread across the table, slow and pulsing. From inside the light came whispering, overlapping voices, male, female, child, each confessing a sin that didn't need forgiveness. Voices. I lied, I watched, I forgot, I left, I loved, I killed. Alina's expression softened. Alina, they're not blaming us, but they're remembering themselves. The glow intensified until color drained from the room. Nathan reached out, hand shaking. Nathan, if it speaks again, what happens? Alina, then it decides who's listening. A final flash, white, then black. When his vision cleared, the mirror shards were gone. Only the table remained, scorched with a pattern shaped like an open eye. The sketches on the floor had changed. Each child's drawing now bore a date. All tomorrow. Nathan felt something hum in his pocket. The remaining shard, the forgotten one, vibrated against his leg, warm as a heartbeat. Nathan, to himself, not over. He turned to Alina. She was staring into the empty air where the mirror had been, her reflection faintly visible on the window glass, smiling while she didn't. Back at the precinct, Hart waited with the case reports spread like cards. Hart. We trace the data in Harper's files. It logs one final scheduled confession. Nathan. Who? Hart. It's redacted, but the timestamp is midnight tonight. Nathan looked at the clock, 11:40 p.m. Hart. Tell me you didn't bring the shards back together. Nathan. I didn't. Hart. Then why's the system registering activity at your address? He didn't answer. He was already running. So the lake reflected moonlight like a bruise. Alina's house glowed faintly from within. As Nathan approached, every light inside flickered in sync. Heartbeat rhythm, 2 beats, pause, 1 beat. The air vibrated. He opened the door. The living room was empty except for the eye-shaped scorch mark on the table. His reflection in the window turned before he did. Reflection, smiling. You're late. The air inside the house pulsed like breath trapped between walls. Nathan froze by the doorway, gun drawn, heartbeat syncing with the flickering lights. His reflection in the window smiled first. Reflection. You finally came to listen. Nathan. Who are you? Reflection. The voice you built, the conscience you abandoned. He stepped closer. The floorboards creaked in slow apology. Nathan. Where's Alina? Reflection. Finishing your sentence. A noise came from the basement, soft scraping metal against stone. He descended the stairs one careful step at a time. The basement door was open, candles lined the concrete floor, their flames bent by a breeze that shouldn't exist. Alina stood in the center, surrounded by mirror shards arranged in a circle. Each fragment glowed faintly, projecting scenes into the air. Harper's experiments, Bennett's bribes, Cole's panic, the missing children walking toward light. Nathan. Alina, step back. Alina. It's not dangerous. It's memory trying to speak. Nathan. You don't know what it'll say. Alina. Neither do you. That's why it's truth. The circle brightened. The shards hummed, harmonizing like a choir made of regret. Voice from every direction. Confession 5. Alina Kane. Survival by forgetting. Alina. Whisper. I know. She closed her eyes. The light climbed her skin like veins of silver. Voice. Confession 6. Nathan Cross. Authorship of Mercy Protocol. The air tightened. Nathan dropped his gun. It hit the floor without sound. He saw flashes, himself in Harper's lab, coding empathy parameters, watching test subjects cry in front of the prototype mirror. Young Nathan, memory. Pain is the currency of truth. We just have to spend it carefully. Harper. And if truth runs out? Nathan. Then we teach it to lie. The present came back hard. Nathan. I didn't know what he'd do with it. Voice. You never asked? The shards floated higher, spinning slowly. Images overlapped, crime scenes, faces, signatures. The entire basement became a mirror turned inward. Hart's voice broke through his radio upstairs, distorted. Hart, on radio. Nathan, get out of there. Thermal scans show energy spikes off the charts. He didn't move. He was watching himself from 15 years ago, standing exactly where Alina stood now. Nathan. If I built it, I can end it. Alina. Then do it. But don't pretend you're not part of it. He stepped into the circle. The light embraced him, almost gentle. Every shard tilted toward him, focusing the reflection. His own face multiplied. Hundreds of him, each one confessing something different. Nathan. Voice breaking. I was young, ambitious. I thought if we could make criminals see themselves clearly, we could save them. Voices overlapping. Save them. Save yourself. Save no one. The ceiling shook. Plaster rained down. The lights upstairs popped one by one. Hart, on radio. Cross, talk to me. He raised the shard marked closure. It pulsed once, then cracked down the middle. The humming faltered. Nathan. I release you. Voice. From whom? Nathan. From me. He hurled the shard into the circle. A surge of light exploded outward, knocking him off his feet. When the glare faded, the basement was quiet. The mirrors lay dark and still. Alina was on the floor, breathing, eyes open but far away. Nathan. Alina? Alina. It spoke. Nathan. What did it say? Alina. It said thank you. He helped her up. Around them, the shards had melted into silver dust. Only one piece remained unbroken, smaller than a coin, reflecting nothing at all. He picked it up, cold, weightless, empty. They emerged into night air that smelled of thaw and smoke. Hart and Reeves waited near the vehicles, faces pale in emergency light. Hart. What happened down there? Nathan. We heard the mirror. Reeves. And? Nathan. It stopped echoing. Hart looked past him at the house. Hart. So it's over? Nathan. For us, maybe. He opened his palm. The last shard gleamed faintly, then dissolved into a fine mist that vanished on the wind. Alina. Where does truth go when it's free? Nathan. Same place as mercy, where we stop looking. The first light of dawn touched the lake. Its surface was smooth again, no hum, no reflection, just quiet water pretending it never remembered anything. Nathan watched until the cold bit through his coat. Reeves. "You're not writing this report, are you?" Nathan. "No one would believe it." Hart. "So what do we tell them?" Nathan. "Tell them it was a storm. People love storms. They don't ask for proof." He turned away. His phone buzzed once more. No caller ID. He hesitated, then answered, voice, faint, familiar. "You taught me to lie carefully." The line cut. He smiled without joy, pocketed the phone, and whispered into the wind. "Nathan." Then class dismissed. The 3 days after the storm, Ravenhill looked reborn, or rehearsed. Snow melted into gutters, washing secrets toward the lake that had stopped humming. Headlines called it the Mercy Incident. Reporters wanted monsters. They got silence. Detective Nathan Cross signed his last file in an office that no longer felt like his. The Bureau closed the case under equipment malfunction and psychological contagion. Everyone accepted the lie because it was easier to file than the truth. He stood by the window. The glass showed a tired man adjusting to daylight. For half a second, the reflection blinked late. Nathan, quiet. "Still here, aren't you?" The reflection didn't answer. It only breathed when he did. Alina Kane moved into a small cabin on the ridge overlooking the water. She painted instead of drawing now, broad strokes, bright colors, nothing that looked like guilt. Her walls were covered in canvases, all variations of a single image, an unfinished eye watching over a horizon. Nathan visited once. She smiled, but something in her gaze said she remembered everything. "Elena, do you ever hear it?" Nathan. "Sometimes, in glass and phones, in the way people avoid mirrors at night." Elena. "Then it's not gone." Nathan. "No, but maybe it's learning to whisper instead of scream." They sat without speaking, listening to wind move through thawing trees. The silence between them felt clean, earned. And that evening he packed his desk into a single box. Badge, notebook, 2 photographs, and the phone that had rung with a dead man's voice. Hart found him at the door. Hart, leaving without a debrief? Nathan, the report wrote itself. Hart, what happens to you now? Nathan, I start over and somewhere without reflections. Hart, you can't outrun guilt, Nathan. Nathan, I'm not running from it. I'm taking it with me so no one else has to carry it. They shook hands like soldiers who'd survived different wars. And the road out of Ravenhill cut through pine woods still heavy with fog. His rearview mirror caught faint shapes, rooftops, frozen fields, a town pretending it didn't know its own story. Halfway to the highway, his radio crackled. A child's voice came through, soft, steady. Voice, thank you for letting us sleep. He turned the volume down, smiled sadly, and kept driving. Night fell. At a gas station miles from anywhere, Nathan stopped for coffee. Inside, fluorescent light painted everything too honestly. The clerk rang up his cup and nodded toward the newspaper rack. Front page headline, Detective Cross cleared in Ravenhill mystery. Subheadline, Mirror Company declines comment. He almost laughed. In the restroom mirror, his reflection waited patiently. Hands on the sink, eyes calm. For once, it didn't smile first. It just looked tired, human. Reflection, do you forgive yourself? Nathan, forgiveness is above my pay grade. Reflection, then at least learn to stop confessing. Nathan, I built you to make people tell the truth. Reflection, and you succeeded. We're finally honest. The lights flickered once. When they steadied, only one Nathan remained. He touched the glass. It was cool, ordinary, unhaunted. He drove until dawn, parking where the forest met the ocean. Salt wind replaced the smell of snow. He stood on the cliff, coat collar up, horizon stretching endless. From his pocket he took a small silver speck, the last atom of mirror dust that hadn't dissolved. He let it fall. Sunlight caught it midair. It flashed once and was gone. "Nathan, whisper. Mercy ends here." He turned toward the rising light, the line between water and sky soft as forgiveness. Behind him, the car door closed with a sound that could have been final. Somewhere far away, a child's laughter echoed across a world finally without reflections. And for the first time in years, Detective Nathan Cross walked forward. Not toward a case, not toward a confession, but toward peace. And sometimes the truth doesn't need witnesses, it just needs a mirror. Because in the end, what we see staring back is the crime we tried to forget. You've been listening to Dark Pulse, where every night hides a psychological thriller, every whisper holds a dark secret, and every silence becomes a suspense story for sleep. If this crime mystery story gave you chills, drop a comment below and tell us where and when you were watching. Midnight in New York, or 3 a.m. somewhere the lights never flicker. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell icon, and stay tuned for the next twist ending that will make you question every reflection you've ever trusted.